starting to play as Batman. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Iron Man. The sky was dark and the clouds were so dense that it was hard to breathe. Lightning appeared from time to time, tearing the sky apart and disappearing in the dark tornadoes. The wave chaser was in the midst of a violent storm, and the sudden violent storm pushed this sea monster to the brink of its limit. The sea was like a roaring beast, easily playing with this poor cargo ship. The cargo in the container fell into the sea with a whale, and the overwhelming tsunami was like a huge palm that swept it in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The captain and the sailors had done their best, but persisting to this point was already the limit. The fear of little hope and deep fatigue swept everyone, and with one fierce wave after another, they were dragged into the depths of the endless sea. Finally, the wave chaser broke apart. The huge hull was cut open like a sharp blade made of seawater, and the hull was torn in half bit by bit with a hissing sound. The crew was trapped in the wheelhouse. The only exit was sealed by water pressure, and water was pouring into the cabin through the gap. There was nothing they could do. The crew tried their best to keep their heads above the water, but they couldn't hold on for long. The water level soon flooded over their heads and touched the ceiling. The entire cabin was filled with seawater, and they floated in it like fish thrown into a tank. The time the crew could hold their breath underwater varied depending on their personal qualities, but the difference was not big at this time. One after another, some people reached their limits, and the salty and wet seawater gurgled into their lungs, like an army breaking through a pass and announcing the capture of territory. Whether they liked it or not, everyone had to face the fact that they were about to die. The sea can be generous, but sometimes it is also capricious. Every seemingly beautiful sea area may hide the kiss of death in the depths. Suddenly, the sinking stopped. It was like a dream, and the falling hull began to float up against the storm. It was as if a giant hand stretched out from the abyss and lifted the ship up. In just a moment, the cabin had resurfaced. The seawater was discharged outside the cabin, and the water level in the cabin dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crew members who had walked through the line of life and death almost coughed out their lungs and looked around in doubt. The storm outside was still there, and the waves were still coming one after another. Everyone in the cabin was at a loss and even couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality for a while. They couldn't imagine what kind of phenomenon would allow them to survive from such a desperate situation. This was simply a miracle in the literal sense. But the movement of the hull had not stopped. Then they were even more shocked to find that the cargo ship, which had been split into two halves, was actually reassembled. It was as if in this overwhelming tsunami, in the storm that was shouting and no one responded, a pair of invisible giant hands suddenly appeared. As if with supreme divine power, they grabbed the two halves of the hull that were separating and straightened it back to its original position. It was as if this was not a cargo ship weighing thousands of tons, but just a toy building block. What kind of divine power could create such a miracle? Question mark? The answer was soon revealed. The sea surface was suddenly broken, and a beam of fire broke through the seawater and rushed into the sky, floating in the air. It looked like a person. The steel-like body and the mechanical shell revealed the mechanical beauty of modern industry. He seemed to be hanging in the air with flames under his feet, and the heavy rain fell on the steel-like body. The dark storm was accompanied by a tornado. It was a natural force that should be beyond human power, but it could not shake this tiny figure at all. The roaring sea, hurricanes and tsunamis, the lightning in the sky, and the red gold steel body formed a grand and dreamy picture. The crew members who saw this scene through the porthole were stunned, almost feeling like they were in a dream. But what happened next was even more jaw-dropping. The red gold shadow's feet were flaming up, and it suddenly rose into the air and flew over the top of the ship, starting from the deck. At the same time, a red-hot beam shot out from his wrist, like a cutting sword, hitting the broken part of the deck and cutting along the spliced fracture. The steel figure flew through the air, and the laser also swept along the fracture. The ultra-high temperature beam melted and welded the hull, and in the blink of an eye, the broken freighter was reassembled in the storm. The crew's eyes widened, and only one word came to the minds of the uneducated people. Fuck. But it's not over yet. Then they saw that the man finished welding and flew to the stern at an accelerated speed. He pressed his hands on the hull and thrust ports popped out from his feet and waist on both sides. The tail flame burst out from his body and he actually pushed the entire ship to accelerate in the storm. The crew opened their mouths and the storm in their hearts was almost as fierce as the storm outside the window. Fuck, is this a god? Question mark. How heavy is this ship? It takes a god to push this thing with bare hands. At this moment, the crew members also realized it immediately. When the ship broke into two halves and sank into the water just now, it was probably pushed back to its original position by this person. Thinking of this, the crew members were even more speechless. Just after coming out of the water, the whole person was dizzy and light, and now it felt like seeing an illusion. Chu Cheng is still operating the Iron Man armor Mark 43, which is also one of the few armors in the current Mark series Iron Man armor that has deep water combat capabilities. Unlike what most people imagine, Iron Man's conventional equipment does not actually have the ability to operate underwater. Most of the Mark series will be flooded when they go into the water, just like the number 42 armor in the Iron Man 3 movie. Including the early comics, Iron Man had to put on an extra diving suit outside the armor when he went into the water. However, although the propulsion force of the Iron Man armor is indeed amazing, it is a bit overestimated to say that it is a big guy to push with bare hands. In fact, the crew members did not see it, but in fact, this rescue work was assisted by other equipment. Iron Man's equipment from the movie Spider-Man: Homecoming, a set of small thrusters equipped in the air armory, was also used by Iron Man in the movie to push the giant ship that split in two back to its original position. In this respect, Iron Man in this game is similar to Batman, both of whom are superheroes with personal bases and armories. Players can choose different equipment combinations to fight before each battle. This time, Chu Cheng was just testing the underwater performance of Iron Man's armor and its maneuverability in a storm. This cargo ship in the storm was lucky enough to be hit by him, so his performance test work was added with rescue tests, and he also received a wave of extra points delivered to his door, which was wonderful. Because Iron Man's equipment is really a bit too much, and the operation mode and feel of the armor are completely different from those of traditional action fighting game type superheroes. In addition, Iron Man's various equipment and weapons are famous for being numerous, and each one needs to be tested one by one. Therefore, Chu Cheng has arranged some performance tests and operation training for different armor and equipment these days. Because the Iron Man armor has the ability to fly at super high speeds, it can quickly travel between different areas of multiple cities, so he is not like most heroes whose range of action is limited to one city. Therefore, during the days of equipment testing, various types of Iron Man equipment have been appearing in various regions of the world and have gradually begun to attract attention and heat. UFOs are found. Aliens are coming? Question mark. The terrorist camp was destroyed, and local residents claimed to see the Iron Man stepping on burning clouds and falling from the sky. Until today, the heavy news broke in the coastal town, and a name spread around the world along with the news. Within a day, everyone saw this video. The red and gold Iron Man pushed a temporarily welded giant ship to the coast, and the picture was extremely shocking. When everyone at the scene was wondering whether this was some kind of alien, the thing actually spoke. It landed, kindly greeted the crew if everything was okay, and even told a cold joke. Of course, no one laughed, because this only made everyone at the scene feel doubly shocked. Because some people began to realize that this thing might even be a piece of clothing. Maybe there was a person inside. Suddenly it seemed even more outrageous. And then, of course, someone plucked up the courage to ask it the question that everyone was concerned about. What exactly is it? The answer spread throughout the entire Earth star within just one day. Iron Man. Chapter 202 Family Banquet. Just as Chu Cheng planned, he was not only testing Iron Man's equipment, but also laying the groundwork for the next stage of the plan. So far, Chu Cheng has only been operating the hero to go out and kill monsters, earn experience and upgrade combat power. This is the development stage of accumulating strength. But he can't always do everything by himself. Well, in fact, For a fountain commander, the word do-it-yourself may not be very appropriate, but it's probably the meaning. When he has enough heroes, resources and strength have accumulated to a certain extent, it's almost time to advance to the subsequent stage. At present, the mainstream believes that these superheroes who suddenly emerged come from a mysterious organization. They think that this organization has a deep foundation in technology that is unimaginable. However, when there were only a bunch of SEAL-level heroes before, Chu Cheng had a number in his heart. The strength at that stage did not allow him to make too much movement, so he tried his best to maintain the mystery of this superhero organization. The heroes he operated were elusive, and even if someone wanted to contact them, there was no trace. But it was different after the B-level pool was opened. His so-called organization has gradually grown, and has more and more considerable combat power and foundation. He can seriously start to consider running his so-called superhero organization. The delivery of Iron Man is a milestone. He has recently operated Iron Man to show his presence all over the world and shock the three views of various experts. In addition to testing equipment to earn points, another purpose is to pave the way for the next stage of the plan. After all, even if he wants to manage his power and officially announce the establishment of the Avengers or the Justice League on the Earth Star, his principle of living until he becomes a god remains unchanged. So no matter what happens, he will never show up in person. At most he will appear in a remote control vest. In Chu Cheng's expectation, if his organization needs to formally contact the official Earth Star, then the newly delivered Iron Man is undoubtedly the best candidate. Tony Stark is a high-profile guy. This may be the first narcissist to announce to the world at the end of his first personal movie that I'm Iron Man. Since then, Stark has been dealing with government agencies frequently. In the original work, he even took over as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. after Nick Fury's fall, becoming the most powerful agent on Earth, although the final ending was not good. So if you have to pick the most suitable person to represent the entire organization's diplomacy in the superhero pool, Stark is definitely the first choice. Of course not now. Although he thinks that the two representative black technology tycoons of Marvel and DC have shipped now, he may have sufficient strength, but for the sake of safety, he decided to develop it a little more. During this period, try to make everyone remember the existence of Iron Man as deeply as possible, and establish prestige and awe. Then after several days of high-intensity testing, Chu Cheng finally became familiar with the functions and characteristics of the entire series of Iron Man armor, understood the use of conventional equipment, and finally mastered the operation mode of Iron Man armor. The actual combat effect of Iron Man's armor is handsome and elegant, with super high flight speed and various anti-aerodynamic maneuvers. In the movie, even the early Mark series can use the brakes to stop and turn 180 degrees to smash the alien aircraft behind it, shocking the aliens for a whole year. But as the constant law of all games, the better the performance and the more colorful the heroes are, the higher the upper limit, but they are also the nightmare of the clumsy party. The Iron Man suit with amphibious combat power is naturally even more so. Even Chu Cheng took some effort to master it. After achieving the achievement of full armor dominance, the final test finally came. The test content is also the most powerful skill of Iron Man at present, which is one of the reasons why Chu Cheng feels that his organization has sufficient foundation. Codename, Family Banquet. It is said that this person cannot eat too much and will mess up easily when he has nothing to do. If he is a geek, it is not so bad. At most, he will stay up all night to play games and watch movies, and then imagine his happy sex life with more than 3,000 paper wives. The most tortured is his kidneys, which will cause the adverse consequences of bifurcated urine and even spraying. But it is different if he leads a scientist, especially the scientist represented by Stark in the American comics circle. He will tinker with the magic equipment of various bunkers at home when he has nothing to do. Although the series of armor plug-in equipment is usually offline when the Avengers fight, but whenever his laboratory is hacked and the system goes out of control, his armor will kill anyone who stands in his way. It is not uncommon for the entire Avengers and even the world to be in chaos because of the runaway Iron Can armor. In the movie Avengers 2, Ultron did not hack his entire set of armor, which was considered to give Iron Man's father enough face. After all, in the original work, no matter which parallel world, whenever Ultron caused trouble, Iron Man's runaway is the norm. Finally, the reserved program Iron Man's father wore the rags that he needed by hand in the cave that year to show the father's love and filial piety. It is too difficult for the father. Only Rytron in the movie was created by Stark, so although there is a buff that is 3 times stronger than the blackened version, it is enough to show how powerful Iron Man is when he is fully fired. And this is the most powerful skill that Chu-Ching can currently operate. Iron Man, the ultimate move of the most powerful one, calling people. The Iron Legion came out in full force, and various types of Iron Man armors were dispatched at once, and they were managed and played by agents with the assistance of AI. It is literally a Ryman army type of ultimate move. It's a pity that the armor summoned by this skill cannot be taught to Umedi to play. Chu-Ching speculated that it might be because they are essentially part of the hero characters in the game, and the game characters can only be operated by him. Friday can only remotely control the Iron Man armor he drew from the pool as weapons and equipment, but cannot operate the ones in the game. So the Iron Man army summoned by this skill is actually similar to the current team mode in the game. Only one set of armor is operated by Chu-Ching, and the others are managed. What is a little different from the team mode is that he cannot change the armor he is operating during the battle. He can only operate the armor that Tony Stark wears. The test site was chosen in an uninhabited area far from the city. Tony Stark, wearing armor, landed in the middle of the deserted open space. They confirmed that there were no people within 100 miles, no signal coverage, and all monitoring methods were blocked. An absolute blind spot on the Earth pole star. Codename Family Banquet, Iron Legion, move out. Skills were selected and activated. The dome of Stark's laboratory opened, and countless eyes were lit up from the dark underground garage. The propulsion flames ignited one after another, and steel bodies soared into the sky, dragging burning tails through the laboratory, and sinking into the sky. From Chu-Cheng's main perspective, a rumbling hum soon echoed from the sky, like a slowly approaching thunder. Soon, the first shadow tore through the clouds. Flames cut through the sky and fell down, like a sky full of meteors. The clouds seemed to be burned into the color of flames, and the Iron Army fell one after another, and lined up along an arc with Tony Stark's armor as the center. Mecha is the ultimate romance for men, and no one can say no to a whole team of Iron Man armor. This Iron Army that descended from the sky is almost enough to push down all the military forces on this planet if it is fully fired, and even no other heroes or other characters are needed. This is also a watershed for Chu-Cheng's strength improvement, representing a new peak of his combat power. If the heroes with outstanding personal strength before can give him the ability to secretly control the world situation like a team of winter soldiers in the mouth of Hydra, then such an Iron Man army will give him the power to confront any force head on. The ultra-realistic game screen on the screen made his blood boil. He operated the Iron Man army to flip and fly in the air, sometimes dispersing and sometimes converging, and carried out firepower strikes on imaginary targets in a way similar to military exercises. He found that, although he could not operate other armors, he could give simple orders. He can choose the armor he wants to command at any time, and use markings to indicate the managed AI of the armor to attack specific targets. The operation form is similar to the game God of War 4, where the player operates the useless old father to instruct the real God of War to shoot arrows. An entire Iron Man army. This is definitely the most powerful comprehensive frontal combat force Chu-Ching has ever operated in this game. It can be said to be invincible, and he was so happy that he couldn't help himself. However, after a while of happiness, his expression twitched and became a little subtle. Sir, it is detected that your physical condition is weak. Friday said gently, it is recommended that you lie down and rest immediately. Chu-Ching. Okay. After many upgrades and long-term high-intensity games, he should feel that his physique should have been improved to an epic level. But the current situation looks like he is fighting with the word weak, and he is afraid that he will never get rid of it in this life. You won't believe what I see. The speaker is a young man who is being interviewed on TV, and the background is a certain port. Really, that thing is basically an Iron Man. Yes, I'm definitely not mistaken. His skin is all steel. He flies in the sky on flames and pushes this big guy back with his bare hands. Damn, this is definitely the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. That guy is just crazy. And he can actually talk. He said his name is Iron Man, but I bet that thing can't be real steel or something. You ask me what I think. If you ask me, he must be an alien. There is no such thing on the Earth pole. Sitting in front of the TV is a woman who can be said to be tolerant. She was a little annoyed watching the news, and her pair of long black silk legs crossed alternately. Just such a small movement caused a lot of waves. A sturdy man standing next to her stared with his eyes wide open. The human world now has such power now. The woman murmured, sure enough, time will change everything. Even something as small as a human will change. A door came from the window of the room, followed by the sound of something being smashed to pieces on the ground. How long are we going to be cowards like this? A rough and violent voice came from that direction. Since when do we have to be careful even among humans? Calm down. The woman said leisurely. I said, times have changed, and so have humans. Or do you want to end up like lettuce? The furious man groaned twice, muttered something, and said nothing. The woman glanced at the sturdy man standing next to her. The man was as if he had been electrocuted, and quickly retracted his gaze from the snow white on her chest with a guilty conscience. But he only lasted half a second, and after a series of struggles between his mind and his body, he couldn't help but move his eyes back. There was no way, he really couldn't help it, she was too big. Don't look at it, the woman said unhappily. Where is that silly girl Leela? Didn't I say not to act alone at this time? The sturdy man shook his head woodenly, indicating that he didn't know, but after a torturous effort, the corner of his eye still seemed to fall on the two snow-white balls as if inadvertently. Go, bring her back for me, the woman said impatiently. The sturdy man agreed, and turned around and left. At the same time, a few blocks away, a blonde girl in a black dress, who was only about 1.5 meters tall, was walking on the street. She was licking a popsicle with her tongue, and her big blue eyes were open, looking around curiously. Today's word count is 12,000 plus. My kidneys are tired, so I quickly took a breath. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, A New Era. Leela walked down the street, looking around with her eyes wide open. She looked like a very cute girl, with almost perfect facial features and skin that was almost white enough to reflect light in the sun, which formed a sharp contrast with a black dress. However, although she looked like a cute girl who would fly far away with a punch, the fact was quite the opposite. Strictly speaking, her real age was enough to be the ancestor of all existing humans. She was not even human. The cute appearance was just an illusion, a look that she had become, in order to blend into the environment, but in essence it was just an illusion of visual effects. The popsicle in her hand came from a grocery store she had passed by not long ago. At that time, it was the crying of a child that attracted Leela's attention. She stopped at the door of the store and stretched her neck curiously to look around. She saw a child who was crying and refusing to leave the store. He used his whole body weight to pull his mother's hand, shouting that he must eat a popsicle. The child's mother couldn't persuade him, so she had to buy him one. The child licked the ice lolly that was emitting cold air and immediately burst into laughter. She followed her parents contentedly. The girl stood at the door and stared at the backs of the mother and child leaving for a long time, looking a little dazed. She didn't look away until the two shadows, one big and one small, disappeared from the end of the street. Then she lay on the freezer and looked at the cabinet full of colorful packages curiously. Her eyes became more and more curious, as if she was surprised by the magical power of this thing, which could make the extremely sad human cub happy in an instant. It must be a very comfortable thing. The store manager was a very kind uncle. He noticed the little girl in a dress. Of course, it would be difficult not to notice her with such a dress and such a beautiful face. He smiled and asked, "Little sister, do you want one too?" The girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. So a minute later, she had such a popsicle in her hand. Leela felt more and more curious. Not only about this kind of food that she had never seen before, but also about the people living in this world today. It was completely different from what she remembered. She thought it might be a matter of perspective, because she had never been among humans before, and had no idea about them. In the past, she, like her kind, thought that humans were no different from other animals, inferior and weak, and destined to be dominated. They were afraid of power, submissive in front of the strong, but internally they were scheming and killing each other. She had never had any good feelings towards this kind of creature. But now she felt a little different. It might also be because of time, and time would change everything. During their long sleep, humans had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The surrounding buildings were as tall as mountains, and the roads were loaded with four-wheeled vehicles, and many other things. She had never seen them, but with her understanding of the principles of those things and her perception of energy application, she could guess how they were used. But the most important thing was that humans themselves had changed. Compared with better buildings and upgraded tools, this was where she felt the biggest change. A world that was unprecedentedly harmonious. They were no longer wary and hostile like in the past. They cared for each other, took care of each other, supported each other, and lived together. She licked the cold and hard thing again, and a wave of joy rose in her heart. They would even show kindness to strangers, who had never met them before. Incredible. She suddenly found that she had a little yearning for the world built by these tiny creatures, and wanted to know more about the current human beings who made the world like this. Little sister, where is your mother? The girl turned her head, and saw a man standing behind her. He was wearing a black vest and his face was a little fat. He seemed to be trying to make himself look more friendly, and show a caring look as much as possible. Leela stared at him with her ice blue eyes for a moment, without saying a word, and just licked her popsicle again. Are you alone? A hint of imperceptible joy flashed in the man's eyes. Then come with uncle. Uncle will take you to eat better popsicles. The girl tilted her head and thought for a while, and followed without saying a word. The man's face showed joy again. He took the bait. Most children these days are very smart, and it is not so easy to coax children. A beautiful, not very smart, and unattended child like this is simply the best of the best. He didn't know how lucky he was to get such a great bargain. It was like winning the jackpot. As he walked, the man began to imagine what good price she could sell for, and even began to think about how to spend the money. He led the girl away from the noisy city, winding through the complex streets and alleys. There were fewer and fewer people around, no cars and no pedestrians. They passed through the dim alleys, and took a shortcut that was almost empty to an old residential area. Any child who was a little smart should have realized that something was wrong by now. Even if his thinking was slow, he should at least feel that the surrounding atmosphere was abnormal. Therefore, the man always kept an eye on his prey, and was ready to catch her if she showed signs of escaping. Now that she was out of the sight of others, this place had entered his territory, and it was not unacceptable to use force directly, or even make a bigger noise. However, the man soon found that he was overthinking, and that such a plan was completely unnecessary. Because the girl didn't want to run away at all, and didn't even show any signs of running away. She was surprisingly cooperative, following behind like a doll, and just concentrating on dealing with the popsicle. Maybe she's a fool. The man frowned slightly, but soon he was relieved. Her intellectual disability would undoubtedly reduce her score, but it was not a big problem. Her outstanding appearance was enough to make her sell for a good price. He led the girl upstairs, took out the key, and opened the old security door. As soon as the door was opened, a noisy voice and magic sound came from inside. 4 men, some wearing vests and some shirtless, were sitting around the table playing mahjong enthusiastically. Noticing the door open, one of them turned his head to look over here, and immediately whistled excitedly. Great, brother, where did you find such a top-notch one? The 4 men immediately left the gambling table, came over with excitement, and carefully looked at the girl who was brought back, as if they were looking at a delicate work of art. Damn, I'm so lucky today. I found it on the road. It followed me obediently after I said a word. The man was also very excited, spitting. Fuck, that's really lucky. Why didn't she react? She doesn't look very smart. Who knows? She didn't say anything. Maybe there's something wrong with her brain. Ah, that's a pity. It's a pity, but it doesn't have much impact. Leela finished eating the popsicle. She licked the remaining residue on the stick with reluctance and looked up at the excited men. She found that her conclusion just now was a bit hasty. From some angles, humans have not changed much. They are the same as before. They are just better at hiding. Several men were talking excitedly, and suddenly someone noticed something. Wait, do you see this child's eyes are glowing? Everyone stopped talking and looked over. It would be fine if they didn't look, but everyone froze when they saw it. It was as if the process of life had been stopped. A fear from the depths of their souls took over their bodies. The trembling paralyzed their nerves, as if they were not even allowed to think. In an instant, the cute girl who was like a doll at the mercy of others disappeared. Looking directly into those blue eyes was like looking directly into fear itself. Chapter 204. Don't look back. Gene wandered around in the alley, and he looked at the map several times before he confirmed that he seemed to be on the right path. Finally, after several turns, the rusty iron door in the intelligence appeared in front of him. He compared the information in his hand again, and then he was sure that he had found the right place. Gene is an agent of the 9th Special Service, but he is not a senior operations specialist, but an ordinary investigator stationed in Pingcheng. The 9th Special Service has really experienced a lot recently, and the entire top management has experienced an earthquake-like large-scale reshuffle. Everyone has learned that their leader Li Changcheng is an insider. The news is like a depth charge, causing an uproar inside and outside. The work of the 9th Department was stagnant for a few days during the independent investigation organized by the Intelligence Bureau, but it is obvious that someone must come out to take charge of the situation under the current infection situation. This means that the asylum cannot be left alone for too long. So after a few days, the functions of the 9th Department were gradually restored to a small part. But things are not over yet. The position of the director is still vacant, and the new candidate has not yet been decided. There is news that the entire operation mode of the 9th Department will be adjusted in the future. They need stricter review and supervision, and may consider merging directly with the Special Department of the Intelligence Bureau to strengthen control. Of course, these are all gossips. These are also the affairs of the top, and the actions of the big guys have little to do with small agents like Gene. Whether it is merged or not, it is still a job. The boss is different, and the things to do have not changed. So after a few days of rare temporary vacation, Gene was notified to return to his post like other agents. And this is the first task he received after returning to work. A few days ago, a courier said that he found something abnormal in this community, saw something like hallucination, and heard disturbing sounds. The courier brother only put the goods in the express cabinet downstairs and left, and didn't even go in. But according to his description, stepping into this community itself makes people feel uncomfortable. Because the 9th Special Service Department was under investigation a few days ago, it was delayed a little, so only today was an agent assigned to investigate this matter. According to Agent Gene's experience so far, this kind of thing will most likely end as a prank or hallucination. Of course, as an agent of the 9th Division, his job is to not let go of any suspicious points, so the investigation process is still necessary. He did some homework before coming here, and then unexpectedly discovered that this old community itself is not simple. Almost all the people living here are thugs, gangsters, human traffickers, fraudsters, criminals with previous criminal records, etc. In short, it is a gathering place for scum. According to experience, such places are indeed at a higher risk for infection incidents. This itself is not a particularly noteworthy suspicious point. Gene really began to have a hunch that this investigation might be unusual when he boarded the elevator to go upstairs. The elevator is as old as this broken building, and its response seems a bit slow. It took Gene a long time to press the floor button before the broken thing responded. It slowly descended with an unsettling clang, and the fence-like door panel slid open along the slide track with difficulty. "Welcome." The sudden sound of the electronic female voice startled him. He was almost ready to draw his gun before he finally realized that it was a broadcast. "Dear guest, welcome to our community. You will spend a fulfilling and pleasant afternoon here. You just need to pay attention to some small details. Gene felt relieved, but at the same time he also felt a little strange. In such a shabby community, the elevators are almost outdated, but they actually installed such a voice broadcast. It feels a bit like putting two electric fans in a Boeing passenger plane to pretend to be turbines. Well, it's a bit inappropriate, but anyway, the style is wrong. The floor instructions on the elevator showed that it was on the 4th floor. The most important thing to note is to make sure you stay away from room 567. Gene began to smell more and more ominous. If it is not strange that such a broken elevator actually has a voice broadcast, then this warning is definitely wrong. The floor instructions came to the 5th floor, which is also the floor he is going to investigate. The elevator door opened. Gene walked out of the elevator, and the broadcast sounded again behind him. By the way, there is one more thing. Gene stopped involuntarily and pricked up his ears to listen to what the voice wanted to say. Don't look back. There was no more news. A gust of cold wind seemed to blow through the corridor at this moment, making Agent Gene's hair stand on end. Don't look back. That voice echoed in his ears, and it seemed that there was a voice in his heart saying this to him. But people may be strange and rebellious creatures. The more he was told not to do something, the more he would find it difficult to control himself. Agent Gene finally couldn't resist the instinctive drive and turned his head stiffly. His eyes turned mechanically, and his eyes were cast behind him. He saw the elevator door slowly closing. The indicator arrow pointed downward, and the number of floors began to decrease. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh at himself. This is an agent from the 9th Division, and he doesn't look professional at all. The two sentences in the elevator voice almost scared him. It was ridiculous. The heart that had been put back in place almost jumped out of his throat as he turned his head back. An old lady appeared in front of him. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. He was sure that there was only an empty corridor in front of him before he turned his head, but in just a moment she was so close that she was almost touching his face. Where did she come from? The old lady's skin was wrinkled like dry bark, and her hollow eyes reflected his appearance clearly. She was smiling, and at first glance she looked kind and friendly, but if you look closely, you will find that she was stiff and weird. It was as if someone had put the muscles of her face into a warm smile, and then fixed them rigidly in some unknown way. Gene took 2 steps back, and realized that it was not just this old woman. There were more people in the corridor. There were men and women, all of whom seemed to appear suddenly, standing stiffly in this long corridor, with the same happy smile on their faces. It was like they were welcoming this distinguished guest to their community. You will spend a fulfilling and enjoyable afternoon here. Somehow, this sentence popped into Agent Gene's mind. Now he realized that something was definitely wrong here, even without further investigation. He felt that it was almost time to go home. He had a hunch that this matter needed a more professional team from the headquarters to investigate. He quickly turned back and retreated to the elevator door. Thank God those people behind him were still just smiling and didn't rush up. But this might be the most difficult elevator he had ever waited for in his life, especially since this broken elevator was stuck for a long time. He had to use his shaking fingers to press that stupid button frantically, and those people watched with smiles from behind the whole time. He felt that he had waited for almost a lifetime before the elevator door finally opened. He rushed in without thinking and pressed the door closing button frantically again. The door panel slowly closed, isolating those creepy smiles behind the door. He already had his pistol in his hand, and the safety was on. He took a deep breath to calm his heartbeat and rushed out immediately when the elevator door opened. After running a few steps along the corridor, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He stopped and turned his head to look at the door number next to him. It was still the 5th floor. He didn't even make it back to the ground. You will spend a fulfilling and enjoyable afternoon here. This sentence appeared in his mind again. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this sentence might be a simple statement of fact. He immediately turned around and wanted to go back to the elevator, but at the moment of turning around, another sentence seemed to echo in his ears. Don't look back. Of course, it was too late to think of it now. When he turned his head, the elevator that should have been behind him had disappeared. Behind him was a long empty corridor, exactly the same as the corridor that should have been in front of him, just like a mirror image. No, not exactly the same. Because when he turned around, there was a figure at the end of the road. A petite girl, wearing a black dress, with pale but unrealistically delicate features, licking a popsicle, and tilting her head to look at him. But for some reason, such a beautiful girl appearing in such a place only made him feel fear. It was like someone was tugging his heart hard, and every cell in his body was screaming fear. Don't look back. The thought emerged in his mind, and he turned his head again uncontrollably and stiffly. It was the old lady's face again, silently appearing behind him. Those smiling people also appeared behind him one by one, as if copied and pasted. But the difference this time was that they were no longer just standing there stiffly, but began to move. With stiff steps, they moved mechanically like zombies, slowly walking towards him. Gene retreated in fear. Somehow, he felt that even the trigger of the pistol seemed to be 1,000 pounds heavy, as if he had lost the courage to pull the trigger. When a door beside him opened with a click, he flashed in without thinking, and locked the door without thinking, as if he couldn't wait to isolate those disturbing guys outside the door. But this only won him a few seconds of peace of mind, and the next second he froze again, when he remembered something. Make sure you stay away from room 567. Just before closing the door, he unconsciously glanced and seemed to catch a glimpse of the room number of this door. Room 567. Agent Gene was petrified, and the voice echoed in his mind for the last time. Don't look back. He turned his head stiffly, and looked at the things behind him in this room. When he saw the things behind him clearly, his pupils shrank, as if he had been electrocuted, and his expression froze instantly, as if frozen in this moment. Chapter 205 Ghosts Scare People or People Scare Ghosts. Within half a day, the old neighborhood was blocked off. The local public security bureau cooperated to evacuate the crowds who were watching and maintaining order, and the local team of the Special Service Division 9 quickly set up a cordon. Vehicles with the word Special Service Division 9 printed on them were parked outside the neighborhood, and fully armed soldiers in combat uniforms blocked the area. A temporary camp was set up, and more vehicles were arriving from time to time. Agent Luo Yajin rushed to the scene in one of the vehicles. He jumped out of the car and walked across the cordon to the camp. The current person in charge of the camp is named Fran, a relatively high-level agent of the local branch of the 9th Division. He personally greeted Luo Yajin when he arrived at the scene, and the two shook hands. At this moment, there are signs that the asylum is merging with the IQ department. After being cleared of suspicion, Luo Yajin temporarily resumed his position, and his status in the organization is not low, especially considering his performance in previous incidents and the fact that he has been fighting on various fronts for many years and has been labeled as a designated model worker in the 9 departments. And after Li Changcheng was captured, his superiors promoted him again. He is now a veteran with considerable status. What's the situation now? After a brief introduction, Luo Yajin asked directly. One of our agents disappeared in this place a few hours ago. Fran said, we are waiting for the backup to arrive, and we are also assessing the situation. There are signs that the level of this incident is likely to be high. What about the people around? Luo Yajin asked. We have already checked and evacuated them. We found some mildly infected cases, but the situation is not serious. The highest infection rate is less than 20%. Fran paused and turned his head worriedly to look at the blocked community behind him. The old iron gate and the moss-covered building looked even more eerie under the night. But it's hard to say about the people inside. How long will it take for the backup to arrive? Within 20 minutes. Agent Fran was a little helpless. The current situation is really special. The entire organization is still under independent investigation. The personnel transfer procedures are unprecedentedly complicated compared to the past. In addition, the position of director is still vacant, which has greatly reduced the efficiency of many departments. It is much more difficult to call for reinforcement than before. The further evaluation results will be out soon. Then we can. But Luo Yajin seemed to have stopped listening to him and raised his head to look at the sky. Point Agent Luo. Oh, nothing. It's just that Luo Yajin lit a cigarette leisurely. I think we may not wait for 20 minutes and the matter may be over. The black shadow flew through the area illuminated by the lights above their heads like a bat with wings spread, and went straight to the gloomy old residential building. Clang. When Batman approached the target, he suddenly folded his cape and folded the thrusters behind him. Under the inertia of the thrusters, he continued to rush forward for a while, and then the whole person rolled forward twice, and his feet together kicked the window to break. The grey-black shadow rushed into the corridor amidst the flying debris, rolled on the spot, stood up and immediately activated the detective mode. Okay, I'm in Friday. It should be the 5th floor, right? Chu Cheng said, while scanning and observing the situation. Yes, perfect landing, sir. Friday said. Chu Cheng, who has an annual card in the asylum system, can actually intercept almost all abnormal event reports of the asylum worldwide. However, in the past, considering that if the heroes were sent out rashly, the base camp would be left empty and unattended, so he rarely took on missions outside Jiangdu. This is also one of the reasons why most superheroes gathered around Jiangdu before. Chu Cheng even felt that, if the trend continued, Jiangdu would develop into the New York of M family. 3,000 superheroes gathered, supervillains and aliens must see classics when traveling to Earth. It is indeed a cursed place. However, after unlocking the function of hero dispatching and stationing, Chu Cheng's hero activity range was finally no longer restricted to Jiangdu by distance. He left powerful heroes including Spider-Man stationed in Jiangdu, so that he could safely drive other heroes to other cities to complete key tasks. Batman had just stood up when a strange voice sounded in Chu Cheng's headset. Welcome. Dear guests, welcome to our community. You will spend a fulfilling and enjoyable afternoon here. Just pay attention to some small details. Chu Cheng frowned. The detective mode usually marks the sound source location according to the source direction when the sound is heard, but there is no mark on the screen at this time. In addition, his headphones are also high-end products, which can perfectly simulate the positioning of binaural effects when playing ordinary games. But at this time, he heard that the sound seemed to come from all directions. Friday, where did that sound come from? It can't be located. Friday said, maybe there is some technical means to interfere with the sound source location, or it may be the sound heard in the mind of the field hero. Chu Cheng understood. After all, there may be many mental opponents among the opponents they have to deal with, and causing auditory hallucination should be considered an entry-level trick. Make sure to stay away from room 567. Upon hearing this, Chu Cheng immediately said, Friday, mark the location of room 567 for me. The more you are told not to go to a place, the more you want to go there. This is human nature. And for a fountain commander like Chu Cheng who does not have to consider his own safety, this kind of task-oriented clue that is delivered to the door is naturally impossible to ignore. Okay, sir. As soon as the voice fell, the location of the room appeared in Batman's vision. The door was marked in red. By the way, one more thing, don't look back. Chu Cheng pulled the perspective back without thinking. However, there was nothing behind him except the closed elevator door. But when he turned his perspective back, an old lady was already close to his face. The wrinkled skin was a little creepy, the empty and thoughtful eyes, the slightly raised corners of the mouth, the expression that seemed to be kind at first seemed particularly weird at this time. When he turned back, a group of people suddenly refreshed in the corridor. Everyone had a happy smile on their face, but it gave people a weird sense of oppression. A gust of cold wind blew from the end of the corridor, lifting the cape of the Dark Knight. This wind was obviously not a good intention. Chu Cheng did not hesitate, and directly pressed the attack button. Batman took a step forward, and his right hand under the cape quickly stretched out, grabbing the shoulder of the old lady in front of him. The old lady tried to dodge, but Batman changed his gesture halfway and grabbed her arm. The old lady's eyes seemed to flash with a blue light, and her old body burst out with incredible strength and struggled suddenly. However, it was useless. She was very strong, and this struggle might be enough to throw an adult man directly out, but it was obviously not greater than the power increase of Batman's battlesuit. The black gloves held her thin arms like iron clamps, and they did not move at all despite the force of the struggle. Batman then lifted her up with force, and the power structure of the armor emitted a low hum. The burst of strange force lifted the old lady off the ground. Her hunched back hit the ceiling with a clang, and dust and fragments fell down. The old lady also fell heavily to the ground, groaning vaguely. The people in the corridor still stood there woodenly, with stiff smiles on their faces, looking at Batman. The Dark Knight put his hands back into his cloak. The light tube on the ceiling above his head was shattered by the old woman's body. The Dark Knight stood in the shadow, and his dark outline looked particularly gloomy. He looked back at these people coldly, his eyes as sharp as a sword out of its sheath. Although those people were still smiling, the smiles on their faces seemed to have become a little strange. Chu Cheng guessed that this might be why horror movies would never let Batman be the protagonist. Because if the protagonist of the movie is Batman, you might not be able to figure out whether it is the ghost that scares people or people that scare ghosts. Chapter 206. Ghosts don't mess with Batman. Batman started with a flying knee. Batman rushed forward, his cape spread out behind him, and in the shadow of the lights going out, he really looked like a ghost in the dark. He rushed to the first person about a few steps away, and then suddenly jumped up and sprinted. The explosive power of his combat boots made him suddenly rush forward a distance, and he attacked with a flying knee in the air, and jumped over the last bit of distance. This short distance sprint obviously caught the man off guard, and the flying knee hit him head on. The man's nose broke with a snap, his forehead trembled, and he fainted directly. The flying knee landed, and 3 more people rushed in front of him. Batman stood still, and his right hand turned into a palm knife to knock down one person, and his left arm elbowed and knocked down another person in the opposite direction. The third person held a fruit knife and stabbed him in the face with exaggerated movements, but was hit on the arm by Batman's iron hammer, and the huge force immediately shook the man's blade out of his hand and fell to the ground. The man's blade fell to the ground, and his first reaction was to mechanically duck and try to pick it up. But he was hit by Batman's upward elbow, which was like a heavy hammer hitting his face, knocking him to the ground and losing consciousness. The current scan results show that the other party is a low-level infected person, and the highest infection level is only about 30%. Friday reminded. In the past actual combat, Batman scanned and analyzed the principle of the instrument developed by Miyazaki the Old Thief for detecting the infection level, and downloaded the relevant module, and integrated it into his multifunctional helmet. Therefore, the infection level of the infected can also be scanned in the current detective mode. So low? Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows. His hands were not idle while he was talking. Batman dodged a grab and then used a karate in a punch to knock down a man. He has learned all kinds of martial arts in the world, and his moves are mixed with various schools and all kinds of full exposure. He has combined the strengths of hundreds of schools. Even if the besieged are all martial arts masters, the result will not be any different. This infection level scan result is also a bit surprising. For an infection like this, he thought the infection level would be at least 50 or 60, and the infected targets would be carried to the crematorium. Unexpectedly, it was so low, and there was still a chance for rescue. Batman is a typical hero who does not kill people. His killing moves are only applicable to non-human creatures. Batman will naturally hold back his punches if people can be saved, and his moves are mainly based on subjugation and control, rather than a fatal blow. Of course, for the players as operators, the difference they feel is not much, whether from the perspective of combat operation or the feel of the attack. Obviously, even if they become infected, these people are still ordinary people in essence. They don't know how to fight, and have no skills, and they just rely on enhanced physical fitness to fight randomly. The only advantage they have over Batman is the infected's enhanced physical fitness and self-healing ability, but only for the regular equipment Batman in the sea-level pool at that time. Batman is now fully armed. The neural link tight armor gives him super soldier level physical abilities. Even in terms of physical fitness alone, he is far superior to these low-level infected. So the battle naturally became a one-sided crushing without any suspense. Under Batman's accelerated perspective, the attack power and speed of these people seemed mediocre, and they were just hitting randomly without any rules, and there were flaws in any of their actions. Reflected on Chu Cheng's screen, the counterattack logo that appeared above everyone's head when they were ready to attack was long enough for him to yawn first. It is no exaggeration to say that, although these people have strange smiles and fierce postures, they seem difficult to deal with, but in fact, Chu Cheng only needs one finger to operate Batman to deal with all of them. It's not a rhetorical device, it's the literal sense. Click the right button of the mouse when you see a counterattack, and press the left button frantically when there is no counterattack. You don't even need to move or have skills. One finger is enough to do the job of hanging all of them. In just a short while, all the infected people have fallen to the ground in a mess. A few were directly smashed through the window and thrown outside, hanging upside down in the air with load-bearing fibers. Batman stepped over the infected lying in all directions in the corridor, put his hands into his cape, and continued to move forward calmly, without even a single disorder in his breathing. Wait, Chu Cheng frowned. Where is room 567? He clearly remembered that this room was in front of him, marked on the screen by Friday, and blocked by this group of infected people. But now, after walking through this land of infected people, from Batman's perspective, the room disappeared. Did I go in the wrong direction? No, sir. Room 567 was indeed in the direction ahead, but now it has disappeared. Hallucination? When he realized this, the fireworks program had already been activated in Batman's multifunctional helmet. The stimulation of strong colors on the retina resets short-term memory, allowing him to recover from various mental hypnosis effects. As the fireworks program took effect, the corridor in front of him actually changed. The corridor that originally looked straight in the vision had a corner in front of it, and room 567, marked with eye-catching colors, appeared behind the corner. Batman walked forward. The moment he reached the corner, the ceiling suddenly cracked. A dark shadow fell in front of him unexpectedly, and in the middle of the screen, there was a person. A man. His hands and feet were hanging limply, but his dead and stiff face maintained a weird smile, which looked very creepy. His upper body was tied with ropes and hung in the air, and his whole body was spinning slowly like a merry-go-round. This appearance was indeed a bit scary, but from the reaction of the master on the screen, he was obviously indifferent. For the master who had seen a lot in Gotham, this level might still be child's play. Chu Cheng's words might really be scared if he really came to the scene. The detective mode was activated, and his identity was quickly scanned through facial recognition. Shinobu Shinkoatani, a human trafficker who was once imprisoned for trafficking children. There are signs that he may have the intention to return to his old business, but there is no evidence at present. Friday said, well, a guy who deserves to die. But it still makes people curious about what this fuss is. Snap. The lights in the corridor went out. But before the field of vision could be adjusted to night vision mode, it lit up again. It was only on for a moment, but it clearly illuminated something at the end of the corridor. It looked like a woman's figure, with disheveled hair and no clothes. She was crawling on the ground with 4 palms on the ground in a very strange posture. A pale and distorted face was revealed between her black hair, and blood was constantly oozing out of her pupils. Chu Cheng immediately thought of Kayako crawling down the stairs in the movie. The lights went out and lit up again. In the time it took for one flash, she was already close. The blood on her face was pitch black, and it was constantly oozing out of her pupils and nasal cavity. Her slender 5 fingers had monster-like sharp nails, and the gaps were mixed with coagulated blood and dirt. Batman was still calm. He lightly moved his upper body to the side to avoid the sharp grab. Then he reached out with one hand and grabbed the woman's hand in a nonchalant way. He used a simple grappling move, and with a little force, he removed her arm with a snap. The woman screamed and rushed forward, but Batman took a half step sideways and let her miss. He reached out and grabbed the back of her collar, pulled her back, and kicked her head with his right foot. The woman's brain was shocked, and she fell to the ground without moving. Maybe this is why ghosts don't often mess with Batman. He scanned again in detective mode, and recognized her identity. Eurydice Graham, a swindler and antisocial element. Friday said. Batman's perspective continued to rise. The lights came on at this time. Chu Cheng was stunned. He saw a little girl in a black dress standing at the end of the corridor. Chapter 207. Nice to meet you. A pretty little girl, but in this corridor of a dilapidated building that seemed to have been filtered by the underworld, she didn't look cute anymore. Instead, she only made people associate her with some bad scenes from horror movies. Of course, Batman was not afraid of such things, and the commander behind him was certainly even less afraid. Chu Cheng controlled Batman to walk in that direction. But he didn't expect that the girl actually started to move backwards. She didn't look back, nor did she simply walk backwards. In fact, her legs and feet under her dress didn't seem to move at all. It was as if she was stepping on invisible pulleys and moving backwards horizontally. The underworld filter and this weird scene made the picture look even more mysterious, and even made Chu Cheng think that it might not be a real ghost. In fact, even if it was a ghost, there was nothing to be afraid of. There were professional counterparts in Chu Cheng's hero pool. The divine protection that Moonlight Knight obtained from the moon god Kansu included the anti-ghost special attack. Moonlight Knight can see and attack spirits that ordinary people can't touch. In the original work, he sometimes worked part-time to exorcise evil spirits and beat them into slag. There was no way. The old Manutian had not taught him any method of salvation, so he didn't know anything else except violent salvation. But at least so far Chu Cheng has not found any real ghosts in this world. Even if there are seemingly supernatural events, they are often proved to be related to infection. He tends to think that this time is no exception. The girl floated back for a while and stopped. A door beside her creaked open. She floated in strangely, and the door panel closed behind her. It was room 567. The detective mode did not scan any living breath from behind the door. When Batman held the door handle, Chu Cheng held his breath behind the screen. He was mentally prepared for the scary shot of a ghost face suddenly appearing behind the door, and was ready to dodge or counterattack immediately. The invincible Teletubbies in the background are also in place, and the Allen system is ready to activate at any time to deal with almost any form of attack. But unexpectedly, the enemy attack did not come, not in any form. What appeared behind the door was a dark alley, and there was a family of 3 in the alley. A man and a woman, with a panicked little boy. A gunman stood in front of them. Chu Cheng. Fuck. No way. Again. Classic reappearance. Batman's exclusive hate scene. The death of the Wayne couple. Every time the corpse is whipped, it is torture for the master, but in turn, it makes his spirit more indestructible. But this time is different. The next scene surprised even Chu Cheng. A black shadow fell from the sky and landed directly in the middle of the family of 3 and the gunman. The shadow had a pair of pointed ears, black armor all over the body, and a black cape. Who else could it be but Batman? The Batman removed the gun from the gangster's hand with one move, ignored the latter's pleas for mercy, and knocked him to the ground, and punched the ground mercilessly. The family of 3 was terrified, and the father came to his senses first, and quickly fled out of the alley with his wife and children. Chu Cheng was stunned. So this family of 3 is not the Wayne couple, but just looks a bit like them? But if the one in front is Batman, then who am I operating? Bruce? The voice came from behind. The Batman controlled by Chu Cheng turned around, and when he turned around, the bat suit had disappeared. Instead, it was Bruce Wayne in a suit. Dad? The old man's voice also sounded confused. Behind him appeared Thomas Wayne and his wife Martha. However, they both had white hair and looked much older than when they died. Chu Cheng seemed to begin to understand what this meant. Maybe it was some kind of illusion, some kind of mental hypnosis, but it was also a possible future presented to Batman. His parents did not die in Crime Alley, so he did not become Batman later. Then, in order to fill the gap in the world, and also to fill his inner sense of responsibility and the mission of feeling that the world was calling for Batman, this illusion also filled him with a new Batman as a substitute. It was like separating the 2 identities of Bruce Wayne and Batman. In this way, he could be freed from the curse of the Dark Knight, and the world would have another Batman, so he did not need to fill this gap. He can enjoy the life he has always dreamed of with peace of mind. It is the most perfect and ideal bright future for Bruce Wayne and Batman. Sure enough, it was the spirit that affected Friday. Why didn't the fireworks program start? Chu Cheng frowned. The fireworks program is not set to be activated automatically, but it is started by Mr. Wayne himself. Friday said he didn't start the program. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. The principle of the fireworks program to resist mental ability is to refresh short-term memory through strong stimulation, which will have a negative impact on the user. The master is not confident to let the AI of the battlesuit automatically judge such a program, so this program can only be started automatically when he judges it is necessary. Generally speaking, Batman is sharp enough, and he has enough willpower to pull the trigger when he realizes that he may fall into hypnosis or hallucination. But obviously the best hypnosis is to make the hypnotized person not want to wake up at all. The illusion in front of him applies this principle. It gives people the deepest desire in their hearts, turning the ideals that people only dare to fantasize about in their subconscious or even dare not put in their minds into a reality within reach. Just like an addictive drug. Once you are infected, you can't even think of getting rid of it. The intensity of the mental influence this time is many times stronger than what we have encountered before. Maybe we should change the hero to create an illusion. Friday said, but there is also a risk. Changing the hero may cause you to fall into a new illusion corresponding to the hero's role. No need. Chu Cheng shook his head. He can handle it. Because he is Batman. At this time, the Wayne couple in the game screen were reaching out to the master. Bruce? Martha smiled gently, and the memory was as kind as Bruce's childhood memory. Come here, we should go back. Alfred is almost ready for dinner. You don't want to be late. Sorry, Mother. After a short silence, Bruce Wayne slowly raised his head and said softly, but I may not be able to go. Not for the time being. I have something else to do. The Wayne couple both showed puzzled expressions. But I'm glad to see you. After saying that, his voice became hoarse and cold again. Fireworks. The program started, and the strong stimulation plus the tenacious mental power instantly pulled him out of this deep illusion. The entire street began to break and shatter, and the faces of the Waynes were frozen in astonishment. Along with countless fragments, they were sucked into the vortex of the illusion's collapse, and disappeared without a trace. In an instant, he turned back into Batman, the ruthless Dark Knight, and fell back into the cold and dark room. Chu Cheng's game character finally regained freedom of movement. Almost at the same second, a warning sign popped up on the screen. Batman didn't even look at it, turned around and punched behind him. The after image flashed by. The dress lolly floated to the side lightly, dodged his punch, and at the same time, a surprised expression appeared on her little face. How could it be? Chapter 208 But I reject. How could this happen? The girl in the dress showed an incomprehensible surprise on her face, as if she found it incomprehensible that this human in a bat costume could actually get out of the illusion. This should have surprised her a little, because her movements paused for a moment. She was still in a daze until Batman changed his steps and rushed forward, and the second punch was connected like flowing water. However, the situation of crying for a long time after being hit by a punch did not happen. At the moment, when the punch was halfway, black substance seeped out from her fair and snowy skin, and quickly solidified from a liquid state to form an indestructible shield to block Batman's punch. Chu Cheng was also secretly surprised. He recognized at a glance that this was clearly the Tis shield, the strongest defense method used by Li Changcheng before, and it was said to be the substance on the surface of the ancient's body. The appearance of this thing immediately upgraded the nature of the incident from an ordinary infection incident. So what is the connection between this girl and the ancient? Before Batman had time to make the next move, the girl seemed to have come back to her senses. She looked at Batman oddly, and more of the substance of the shield was released from her body, instantly wrapping her whole body, as if she had merged into it, turning into some kind of amorphous liquid, quickly seeping down into the floor, and disappearing out of thin air. Chu Cheng immediately turned on the detective mode, but even scanning from this perspective could not find any shadow. It really seemed as if it had evaporated out of thin air. This trick is fresh. Even Li Changcheng, at most, just used the shield to wrap himself from the outside to speed up his movement. But that form feels more like using the shield as a vehicle, and he is just a passenger caught in the middle. But this girl feels different. She looks like she has become a part of the shield, and even her body has become a similar structure. People can't help but feel that this girl's origin is not simple. Today's lunatic asylum is still the one who came late. The monsters here have been cleared and the dungeons have been cleared. The fully armed team members jumped in and quickly occupied the corridor that had been cleared. However, when they entered, the strange sound in the elevator had disappeared, and the hell filter of the entire floor looked much more normal. All the infected had been subdued, and the only thing left for them was the job of a cleaner. Of course, this has gradually become the main specialty of this group of people, and they are getting more and more adept at it. Luo Yajin came all the way here to take a look around, which was basically like a public funded tour. After a cigarette, Agent Fran, who was in charge of the scene, came up to shake hands with him and exchanged a few words. After a mutual greeting of "although I didn't do anything, I still worked hard," Agent Fran ignored him and went to take care of the cleaning work. Luo Yajin probably understood that Agent Fran must be very happy at this time. After all, this is a problem in his jurisdiction, and he is still in charge now. If there is any mistake, he will definitely take the blame, but relatively speaking, he will also be credited with solving the problem. Agent Fran is in a situation where he hasn't even found anyone yet and hasn't figured out the situation. As soon as he arrived at the scene with his teammates, he was greeted with a set of "it's over JPG." Although he didn't know what happened, it was as if he was sitting on the sky of merit at home. Another agent who was about to be corrupted by the pleasure of lying down was about to be born. Luo Yajin lit a cigarette and walked aside to avoid being seen. However, at this moment, the agents on the scene were busy controlling the infected and cleaning up the scene, and it seemed that no one had time to care about him. He pretended to be nonchalant and walked to the dark alley on the side, as if he was looking for an empty corner to smoke alone. He said, as if talking to himself, "So, the problem is solved." After a moment, a familiar hoarse voice actually came out of the darkness. "Not yet." In fact, when Chu Cheng saw the other party walking towards him, he was also a little surprised. He just noticed that Luo Codden was here and was thinking about going up to communicate with him and ask about the situation. Before he thought about how to greet him, the other party actually came over on his own initiative. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder when this man and Batman had such a good tacit understanding. It seemed that even the genuine Gordon in Gotham couldn't get into the role as fast as him. However, he continued to speak in the identity of Batman. "There was a girl in that building just now. She seems to be the key. The possibility that she is the source of infection cannot be ruled out. Is it the girl in a black dress, very short and looks like a doll?" Luo Yajin asked. "Others saw her." Batman said, "Yes, there are testimonies from victims that are the same as your description." Luo Yajin took a puff of cigarette and said, "More than one person claimed to have seen the girl, including the agent from the 9th Division, who was just rescued. Are there any casualties?" "Only a few. Several people from the same human traffickers." Luo Yajin blew out a smoke ring. "This is the most incredible part. In an incident like this, no one's infection level exceeded 40%, and it was not even close to the danger line. They are all safe and should recover soon. After 2 days of quarantine and observation, they can resume their normal life." At this point, Luo Yajin remembered something, paused and frowned. "No, it's not completely without impact," he said. "These rescued people are all in great pain, like some kind of withdrawal reaction." "Withdrawal reaction?" Batman repeated. "Yes. According to the descriptions of several people, including our agent from the 9th Division, they lost themselves, could not perceive reality, and did not know what their bodies were doing during the infection, but they were all very happy without exception. Each of them got what they wanted most, even if they themselves did not realize what kind of life they wanted on weekdays. But this time the source of infection, no matter what it is, it seems to have the ability to give people great happiness. Although physiologically speaking, these infected people are not seriously affected, they have been addicted to that illusion, and no one knows whether they can recover." Batman did not speak. In fact, there is no need to describe it. Chu Cheng already knows what that kind of infection is like. After all, he has personally, or Batman has personally experienced it. He was once again glad that he was not personally involved in the battle. Not only was the picture he saw not completely immersive through the monitor, but he also experienced Batman's ideals instead of his own. Otherwise, he really didn't think he could have the willpower like the Master to get out of that fantasy. "By the way, you were in there too. Theoretically, you might have seen that illusion, too." Luo Yajin thought of something. So what did you see? But what do you desire most? How can you resist that temptation? There was no response. He knew without looking back that Batman was gone. Look at the question I asked. Luo Yajin put out his cigarette butt and smiled self-deprecatingly. Elsewhere, the dark shield emerged from the ground and transformed into a human form again. Leela stood on the dark street, her mind still filled with the story of the strange human she had just met. She knew what kind of lethality such an illusion should have on humans. No one has ever been able to resist the temptation of that thing. Never. She even seemed to be able to feel that the bat-clad weirdo's desire for the things and the illusion and his yearning for that kind of life were even deeper than other humans, and it could almost be called an obsession. But he almost didn't hesitate and decisively said to the temptation, "But I refuse." This made her incomprehensible. It was as if in her long memory endless years, she had seen such a person in the human group for the first time that she couldn't understand. Just as she was thinking absent-mindedly, a loud noise brought her back to reality. "Just for a moment, let daddy hold you, okay?" No. Daddy's beard is so annoying. It was a family of 3. The little boy was running in front, and his father was chasing behind him in a pretentious manner. The mother walked behind with a bag, smiling and reminding the father and son to run slower and look at the road. The family was happy. Family. The girl tilted her head and watched their backs gradually go away and couldn't help but think of the human dressed as a bat again. Leela. A voice brought her back to reality. She turned around and saw that the dark Tisden was condensing into a human form behind her, transforming into the image of a strong man. "We need to talk," he said. Chapter 209 Nowhere to go. Leela followed the sturdy man and came back carelessly. This was a very dim place with no lights on and almost no light source. It was like a corner ignored by the world, hidden in the city. They walked through a dark corridor. The doors and windows along the way were old and worn, and there was no breath of life in each room. Water kept dripping from the eaves, and the sound of clacking was like some kind of rhythmic movement. Before entering the door, the sound of something breaking came out. So annoying. The man's voice. It was followed by a series of clattering sounds, which sounded like something piled up was kicked over to the ground by him roughly. "It's terrible." The man groaned vaguely. "It's really annoying to stay here all day and not be able to tear anything apart." "Calm down, Kasim." The woman's voice sounded. "Like I said, it's not time yet. It's very stupid to rush into the human world without knowing much. Don't be like that annoying little girl, Leela." The man named Kasim became even more angry when he mentioned this. "Only she is free outside, while we have to stay here." Kasim's voice became more and more unclear. Die. Then there was the sound of a blunt object hitting, as if something was shattered. The whole house seemed to shake, and dust slid down from the roof. "Kasim." The woman's voice rose a few degrees. The man named Kasim groaned again, without answering, but it seemed that he had restrained himself from the movement. "Try not to tear this place down. We still need it. It would be bad if it collapsed and attracted unnecessary attention." The woman's voice became softer, and then she said, "Don't worry, we will settle the score with the little girl. She will learn the importance of listening to others." Leela walked into the dark room expressionlessly and stood in a corner of the shadows grimly. "I'm here," she said coldly. "Just tell me what you want to say." "Oh." Just in time. The woman turned sideways in her seat, revealing half of her broad mind. The strong man leading the way in front of Leela walked up to the woman and smiled. "I brought her back. Well done, Yusak." The woman smiled. "I knew I could count on you." The man named Yusak couldn't help but laugh, as if there was nothing more pleasant in the world than this. He stood beside the woman's seat, as if trying to make his posture more natural, but it seemed that he finally couldn't resist the temptation of a bottomless ravine. He had a strange expression and a kind of smile on his face. It looked like he was dreaming of a beautiful day of being welcomed by a long line of people and walking alone on the avenue. Leela did not hide her contempt for him. "Oh, it's just big. What's good about being big? It'll bore you to death. It'll be boring. Do you have anything to say?" The woman in the chair looked at her. The girl glanced at her and said nothing. "You are causing trouble for us," the woman said bluntly. "I have emphasized many times, keep a low profile. Keep a low profile, and keep a low profile. This time of sleep has been too long, since the last awakening, and threats have begun to emerge in the human world. And the strongest among us is still too far away from the goal of complete resurrection, and we can't make a complete body together. That's why we need nutrients, right? Leela's voice was cold. Without nutrients, without the nourishment of human emotions, we will never reach the required state. So I went out and took the initiative to collect them to help me recover to the best state faster just when you are all huddled here and dare not go out. The irritable man named Kasim in the back spoke. I think she has a point. We really shouldn't always. Shut up, Kasim. The woman in the chair scolded impatiently, and Kasim immediately shut up. Of course, restoring strength is the top priority. I never said it wasn't necessary. The woman said coldly, but not in such a ostentatious way. You have attracted too much attention, and it is very likely that you will be destroyed before you recover enough strength, or worse, it may implicate us. So this is not just your own business, little girl. Before you take each action and say each word, I suggest you think very carefully. Leela looked at her coldly. Their eyes collided in the air, and neither of them spoke for a while. The dark room was silent for a while, and only the water drops on the eaves outside the door dripped on the ground. After a while, Leela continued to speak and chuckled. It seems that you have wasted too much essence on those two useless pieces of fat in this form, so that you have no courage left. She sneered. Maybe you are no longer suitable to be the one who makes decisions, Ophelia. Before the woman spoke, Yusak, who seemed to be immersed in the dream of walking alone on the road, suddenly took a step forward. Take that back. Yusak seemed to have suddenly become a different person. His tone dropped sharply, becoming cold and low, and even the temperature seemed to drop by a few degrees. What? Can't accept the irony of your beloved lady Ophelia? Leela ignored his threatening gaze and said calmly. Yusak's face became even gloomier. He took a step forward and was about to fight, but was stopped by Ophelia. Forget it, Yusak, there's no need. Ophelia lazily slid back in the seat, and the half-exposed headlights shook violently. You seem to have a lot of complaints about us. Ophelia looked at the girl. Yes, I know you were like this before, but you didn't react as violently as you did when you woke up this time. Leela's eyes slowly swept over the remaining three people in the room, her eyes as cold as if she was looking at a dead object. Of course. Look at you. Look at yourselves. Half dead. Pretending. We all know what's going on. Deep down we all know what we are. But what did you do? You pretended not to know. Yeah. Acted as if everything was normal, as if we were supposed to be like this. Haha, what a joke. Look at yourselves. Pathetic. Pretending as if you care. It's disgusting. Her voice became lower and lower, and her expression became more and more disgusted. No one spoke. The three people's eyes were focused on her, but no one said a word to refute. After a moment, Ophelia leaned back in her chair and crossed her long legs with proud double curves. You know when you say that, she said slowly, you include yourself in it, right? Leela looked at her directly, expressionless, and didn't say anything. But her eyes said it all. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. Okay, Ophelia said lightly, we have nothing to say. Yes, Leela also said, there is nothing to say. This was the only moment in this conversation that the two sides reached an agreement. The girl in the dress turned around and left the room without looking back. The three people left in the darkness were silent for a while, with only the sound of water drops hitting the ground from the eaves. It was a dark night, with no moon or starlight. The girl walked alone on the quiet street in the middle of the night, her shadow stretched very long by the street lights. She didn't seem to know where to go, and she didn't have a clear direction. She just moved forward mechanically. Where else could she go? She didn't belong to this era, this world, or anywhere. She wasn't even human. She just made herself look like them, but she knew that wasn't true. She kept walking forward until she was forced to stop. The street light snapped out. The girl stopped and slowly raised her head. In the darkness, her eyes lit up with a faint blue glow. A bat in the dark was reflected in her eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, The Ancient One. I found her. Friday. The girl's image popped up on the screen in front of Chu Cheng, and the lock frame fell on the delicate doll-like face, with the words identification match prominently marked next to it. The location was locked, and the back propulsion engine of Batman flying in the air immediately turned off. He glided for a while with the help of inertia, then suddenly put away his cloak, dived for a while in freefall, and the cloak opened briefly with a whirring sound, before leaving the ground, buffering the fall, and landed in front of the girl in the dress. Target confirmed, sir. Friday said, facial recognition is very useful. It seems that these old antiques are not familiar with human technology, and they probably haven't heard of such a new thing as facial recognition. She certainly can't imagine that every camera on the roadside when she walks on the street is a surveillance eye. Batman saw her in the corridor of the old community, and the visual sensor recorded the image information of her face. Then Friday connected to the local city's surveillance video for facial recognition matching, and quickly locked her location. These eyes are even more convenient than the clairvoyance imagined by the ancients. The girl in the dress looked at the Batman who appeared silently in front of her, and after a moment she actually spoke. You feel different. Chu Cheng behind the screen narrowed his eyes, not expecting the other party to speak on his own initiative. You are human, but not like other people. Leela seemed to be talking to herself. You have human emotions, emotions that are almost obsessive, far stronger than other people, but you have the will to close and ignore them. No, humans are not like this, at least not the way I know. She raised her head and looked at the shadow of the bat in the dark. What exactly are you? This standard question did not trigger a voice package such as Night Revenge Batman. Chu Cheng speculated that either the master was in a bad mood or he judged that the atmosphere of this scene was inappropriate. He asked back through the master's microphone, what are you? Me. Leela lowered her head and looked at her small human body. Point I don't know. The moment the voice fell, a tentacle had already shot out towards Batman. Chu Cheng was prepared. His finger was on the dodge button. The moment the attack warning sign popped up, he immediately operated Batman to roll sideways to dodge. When he stood up, the propulsion system on the back of Batman's battlesuit had been activated, and the propulsion tail flame sprayed out, providing him with explosive power to close the distance instantly. Batman rushed out like a black lightning and came to the girl in an instant. With the blessing of the power armor, he threw a punch, but Leela's small hand nimbly slapped the powerful punch aside. Following her arm sweep, Chu Cheng clicked the right button in time to operate Batman to raise his arm to counterattack. Although this time it was clearly blocked, the seemingly petite body burst out with a strange force that even exceeded the output of the battlesuit, and the whole Batman was blasted sideways. You must know that Batman's physical fitness in this enhanced state is almost crushing all the infected, and the opponent's strength is strong. It can be seen from this. It should not be a human. Batman was thrown backwards into the air by the huge force, and his cape was electrified in a flash, turning into black wings and spreading out with a wing. The tail flame of his back thruster sprayed out, helping him to regain his balance while he turned his direction in a flash and landed behind Leela with a gorgeous wide-angle somersault. He crouched down and hit a tight curvy calf with a sweeping kick, but it was still ineffective. With the current output of Batman's armor, the amplified leg power was enough to kick over a truck, but it seemed to have little effect on this short leg. Without even turning her head, a tentacle suddenly popped out from behind her. The dark red tentacle swung horizontally and swept Batman away again. Friday, what is this lolly made of so hard? Chu Cheng pressed the buttons quickly, and Batman on the screen immediately rolled over after landing, avoiding the subsequent tentacle attack while asking. The preliminary scan results are complete. Friday said, it is speculated that her body composition is mostly similar to the structure of the T-Shield. The purity is speculated to be close to that of the lettuce we defeated. All over her body? Chu Cheng was a little surprised. Even Li Chang only hid a small amount of the T-Shield in his body as a weapon, but when fighting, he still needed to separate the T-Shield and turn it into a shield for defense. This girl, on the other hand, does not need automatic defense at all, because the T-Shield is herself. This made Chu Cheng increasingly guess what he might be facing. Li Changcheng said that there are 4 more guys who came out of the seal like lettuce. He called those things ancients. Maybe he is facing one of them now. But shouldn't the so-called ancients be like lettuce, stupid and big, extremely ugly and particularly lacking in love, and covered with magical girl happy hands? Ancients. Can they also turn into human appearance? You ask me what it is. The girl whispered, as if answering his previous question, or as if she was talking to herself. Humans think we are immortal, and some think we are gods. But that's all lies, never true. 2 dark red tentacles stabbed out again. Batman seemed to be unable to dodge, and the back thrusters sprayed again, and the whole person flew into the air, and the cape spread out with a whirring sound. 2 tentacles passed under his feet. The funniest thing is that even we ourselves have begun to pay for our own lies, and we believe them ourselves. She continued, in the distant past, we thought we had found a way to live forever, and developed such abilities. When our lifespans ran out, and we were about to die, we managed to break free of the body that bound us. Then there was a period of sleep, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter, but eventually we would wake up again at this time. Batman flew over her head and hit a throwing stun gun, but it still had little effect. We are reborn. She continued, every time we wake up, we are reborn. In this way, we should be immortal, but it is not the case. Every time you are resurrected, you feel like a brand new thing. You can vaguely inherit the memories of the past, remember who you are, and what kind of power you have, but it feels like something that belongs to someone else, and the owner of those memories has little to do with you. Chu Cheng concentrated on the battle, but he still felt weird when he heard this. From this description, she should be an ancient similar to lettuce, but it seems to be different from what he imagined, and it is also different from the understanding of the ancients by the Special Service 9 so far. They don't sound like some kind of ancient gods, but more like an ancient species different from humans, mastering some extraordinary powers. Well, this is not the point. The point is, why she said this to him? This made Chu Cheng feel a little weird. Are you ancients all aliens who answer questions? Shouldn't this kind of thing be a racial secret? Is it really okay to talk to a weird human dressed as a bat? But she didn't even seem to have finished speaking. Of course, these are not the most important. If you can really live forever, even if you are reborn as a new existence every time, it is a completely acceptable price. But the problem is that when you wake up again and become a new existence, you will find that the most important thing is missing. Life. Her eyes lit up with a strange blue light. That is what we lack, and even what we have begun to forget. We wake up again and again, but we are just zombies who have regained the ability to move. But deep down, we all know that we have already died. She was briefly absent-minded when she said this, and her movements paused for a while. Batman did not miss this opportunity. He shot out his grappling claws in the air with a snap, and the load-bearing fibers bound the girl's arms. The wings of the cape spread out, the thrusters sprayed, and the propulsion force of the lift and the output of the armor pulled the girl off the ground, threw her over Batman's head, and fell headfirst to the ground from a height of more than 10 meters above the ground. It's a pity that we didn't get to see the scene of such a cute little girl crying for a long time after falling down. The girl was thrown into the air by the hook, and a colorful stream of light suddenly burst out behind her. A pair of colorful wings surrounded by light suddenly opened, and she was suspended in the air, as if she had stepped on the brakes. It seems the girl tilted her head while hanging in the air. You are not the only one who can fly. Chapter 211. I will cry for a long time now, right? Dark red wings grew from behind the girl, which were wrapped in colorful streamers, forming a sharp contrast with the dark night. For a moment, she looked like a fallen angel. It looks like she can fly, sir, Friday said. I noticed that. And her body temperature is rising sharply, Friday continued. It was not obvious at first, but it could be seen from the outside. The girl's skin, which seemed to be as soft as a baby's, gradually became red and hot, as if the sun was burning under her skin, or as if lava was rolling under her fair skin. It reminded Chu Cheng of the desperate warrior in Iron Man 3. Chu Cheng dodged in time before a scorching fireball hit him. Of course, it was thanks to the big red danger warning icon that appeared in Batman's vision in time. Batman flipped to one side in the air with the help of the back thrusters, and the fireball flew past, almost sticking to the grey-black armor, dragging a burning trail into the night. At the same time, the special effects of the hero being injured appeared on the screen, and it seemed that some blood volume had been lost. This was not ordinary. You should know that Batman's regular battle suits all have high standard, high temperature resistant characteristics, and this future battle suit is even more effective in resisting flames. It is easy to move freely in the sea of fire. But even so, this fireball did not even directly hit the attached high temperature and cause damage, which shows how high the temperature is. The battlesuit does not have the ability to resist the opponent's high temperature impact. It is recommended to avoid it, sir. Friday said. Good advice, I will remember it. At this time, Batman has spread his wings and is flying at high speed. Batman's physical fitness is known as the limit of human beings, but his actual performance is not just that. In the original work, his physical strength is unscientifically strong. In addition, the nanonet protection effect of the current battlesuit allows him to withstand more outrageous super speed than usual with the help of this battlesuit. But the girl's movements are not slow at all. The wings surrounded by colorful streamers flap gently, dragging a track like an aurora in the night sky. She chased after him relentlessly, locking onto Batman in front of her with fireballs one after another, but they were all dodged by Batman under Chu Cheng's flexible flight control. The flames that swept through the air continued to explode on the ground, and the flames shot up into the sky. It was only after a lot of practice and familiarity with Batman's flight control that Chu Cheng discovered the incredible aerial mobility of Batman's equipment. Not only did he have the supersonic flight capability that was unimaginable for a single soldier's equipment, he also had the flexibility to turn in the air, and the ability to fold his wings and dive at any time, and to repower on and unfold his cape to take off. Each of his actions was enough to make experts in related fields feel desperate. The plan and route had been planned. When Friday finished speaking, a flight trajectory had been marked on the screen in front of Chu Cheng. Batman's wings were no longer hardened, and he suddenly folded his cape, put his hands and feet together, and embraced the gravity, and fell freely downward. The 3 fireballs originally aimed at him suddenly missed, and flew into the endless night. He fell from the sky in one breath, and when he reached a certain height, he powered on again, and spread his wings again with a whoosh. The folded thrusters on his back unfolded again, and ignited the engine. He rose again at an angle that was almost touching the ground, like a bat with its wings spread, maintaining a height of only about 2 meters above the ground, and sped across the empty highway in the early morning. The fireballs followed him all the way and exploded, leaving charred holes all over the asphalt road, and the street lights melted and collapsed to the ground. The girl spread her colorful wings and continued to follow closely. Leela chased after him, her face expressionless, but actually quite surprised in her heart. In fact, she was a little surprised when the man in front of her took off in the first place. He perfectly integrated his flying ability into the close combat process, taking off and landing at any time, accelerating and dodging, and his movements were so smooth that she couldn't imagine that this was a flying action that a human could perform. Later, she was even more amazed to see him flying and changing direction so flexibly, and accelerating and turning in mid-air, which was almost against the rules of common sense when he had no place to gain leverage. This once again made her realize that the evolution of human beings today is indeed beyond imagination. At least the human in front of her not only has the ability to fly, but also has a flying speed and flexibility that is incomparable to any bird in the world. Although theoretically, she has only been reborn in this life for less than a month, she has the fighting skills and experience gained from her memory. In ancient times, her predecessor was the ruler of the sky among the ancients, and the sky was her domain. No one dared to challenge her in this domain. But now such an opponent has appeared, and it is not even another ancient or some extraordinary existence, but an ordinary human. Leela imitated the fighting experience and routines in her memory to change the attack mode, and used a few rapid-fire fireballs as a feint to force the opponent to dodge in mid-air, but actually saved the real killer move for the last. By deliberately feinting, she lured the opponent to the designated position. Then she saw the right time, locked the position, and released a strong stream of flames from her palm in a predictive manner. It was like a long river of flames across the sky, with a burning smell, distorting the light, melting through the air, as if any obstacle would be evaporated and dissipated in front of it. Things went exactly as she planned. The strange human who looked like a bat was lured to the position she designated, almost as if he was crashing into the stream of flames at high speed. Her expertise among the ancients is not only flying, but also fire as her most trusted partner since ancient times. She has extremely high confidence in the flames she controls. In her heyday, she can even break the defense of the fully formed Thief's shield. Although she is a little far from fully awakening now, and her attack power has been greatly reduced, she is still confident that nothing in the world can stop her burning flames when she exerts her full strength. Because she thought that, if she hit the opponent, he would be burned to ashes. She also controlled the direction intentionally, planning to only knock off the black wings that the bat-like human used to fly. She didn't intend to kill him. However, what happened next was completely beyond her expectations. The bat-like human flew into the air and suddenly turned around, flying backwards in a supine position, facing the pursuer behind him, and also facing the oncoming stream of flames. Leela's pupils shrank. What is this guy doing? Originally, she was aiming at the wings, just to shoot him down. But the opponent's turn would inevitably take the stream of flames with his face. She almost imagined that this person would be burned to ashes by her unstoppable flames. Is he crazy? Question mark. However, it was too late to change the direction of attack, or reduce the power and cool down. She could only watch her flames fly towards the black shadow in front of her. The next second, Batman raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. Whoosh! The flames hit his crossed black wristbands. The flames shot by Leela hit him completely and were eaten by the black wristbands. But Batman's wrists only glowed slightly red, and in a short moment, he completely absorbed the heat, leaving no trace. Leela's burning eyes almost widened. Wait, what happened? This human blocked his super flames that were enough to melt all the materials on the Earth star? Just like this, he waved his bare hands for fun. Leela. Yes, she already knew that humans are different now, and she also roughly knew that they might be good at designing tools to assist in combat. But blocking his own fatal flames with bare hands? Can this really be called human? Even if she is not in her perfect form now, and her flame power is far from the peak, this is still a little bit outrageous, right? But what she doesn't know is that even if she recovers to her peak and increases the power of the flame to the strongest, the effect will not be any different. Because with this level of flame, Batman's pair of wrist guards are far from the defense limit. This equipment is still movie equipment from the director's cut of Justice League. Batman and the movie also perfectly inherited the law of Wayne's stealing of technology tree points in the heavens and the worlds, and this time he stole Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman made her debut in the previous movie Dawn of Justice in the series. She appeared in front of the Master and Superman for the first time and showed off the whole audience. Her pair of magical wrist guards that were enchanted to resist almost any attack also made the Master very excited. So the pair of bat wrist guards in the Justice League movie came into being. In the director's cut of the movie, the effect of this pair of wrist guards is quite strong. Not only can they perfectly absorb the laser impact released by the Apocalypse weapon, but they can also absorb and resist the heat vision of Superman in a state of insanity for a period of time. Its black technology and protective effect are amazing. Compared with Superman's heat vision, the impact force and temperature of this level are just child's play, and there is no pressure to absorb them. Leela narrowed her eyes. Ophelia is right. Humans today are indeed not to be underestimated. But it also made her more convinced that her current choice is right. Are you sure there is no one in the tunnel now? Chu Cheng asked. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, sir, and I checked the surveillance. There is no sign of life in it, sir. Friday said. Very good, which means we can let go. Batman flew at a low altitude and rushed into the empty tunnel under the night, and Leela quickly followed in. The girl with the fiery red body was the only light source in this dark tunnel. The scorching red light flew through the tunnel at super high speed. At the speed of the two, they rushed to the end of the tunnel in an instant. Batman dodged 2 more fireballs, and his afterimage flew out of the cave in front of him. The girl caught up with him a moment later, but she didn't notice that after Batman flew past, Several micro bombs were placed at different locations on both sides of the cave, each flashing a deadly red light. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions, and the tunnel collapsed instantly. Leela reacted quickly and avoided the first flame in time, but was hit head-on by the following bombs that predicted the dodge trajectory. The girl's body was blown around like a leaf in the wind, and the rumbling and collapsing tunnel almost pressed on her, and the exit was quickly buried by rocks. But only a moment later, a red-hot area was lit between the blocked rubble. The high temperature instantly melted through the buried fallen rocks, and the burning petite body flew out, with colorful wings spread out, and the steel and concrete were burned into lava by her body temperature. Although she was a little embarrassed, she still rushed out. Despicable. Are all human hearts so dirty nowadays? Leela accelerated into the air, focusing her eyes, and trying to relocate the position of the lost Batman. But Batman didn't find it, and when she looked up, she saw a huge black batwing hovering in the air, and 2 apocalypse missiles on their racks protruding from the bottom had locked her position. The batwing had already been in place, aiming at the hole in advance, waiting for her to come out. The engine ignited, and a missile was launched. Boom. The apocalypse missile exploded head-on in her face, and the expanding fireball was like a gorgeous firework, dotted with beautiful light blue energy traces. The girl was bombarded head-on, and the whole thing flew out of the fireball diagonally downward, and with a bang, it shot into the ground, exploding dust into the sky, and there was no movement for a while. Batman dived down, lowered his altitude, reversed his propulsion to slow down, folded his wings back into the cloak form, and landed steadily. Chu Cheng tapped the keyboard, and the detective mode was activated, scanning and locking the position of the girl who was blown away. This time she will cry for a long time, right? The word count is over 8,600, which should not be considered short, perhaps. Chapter 212. Are all humans in this era monsters? Batman landed next to the crash site, and soon after activating detective mode, he locked onto his opponent. Honestly, it wasn't that difficult. Although she might have gone in a little deep, it would be difficult to ignore her for someone whose body temperature was off the charts and melting everything she touched. A red-hot light field lit up on the ground, and the extremely high temperature melted through the ground from the ground. A beam of fire erupted from the ground, like lava rising into the sky. 2 dancing tentacles suddenly pierced out of the rolling lava, waving 2.5 circles in the sky, and then one head suddenly rooted into the ground, and the huge force pulled the petite red-hot body out of the ground. Leela spread her colorful wings and rose into the air again. Looking down, Batman's eyes were a little doubtful, as if he felt that, even if he was mentally prepared, this human strength was a little outrageous. That just now really hurt her. The destructive power of the apocalypse missile was enough to tear apart her shield, which was not yet in its best condition. She was injured in many places, but they were repairing rapidly. The areas that were healing seemed to be roiling with hot lava. This should have hurt, but it didn't. In fact, although she was not completely insensitive to pain, she was quite dull, just like many other things. For example, happiness, anger, and even fear. Although they were not completely gone, they were not often felt. Ancient humans believed that the ancients fed on negative emotions. It was their energy, their food, and their means of controlling humans. This was true, but not entirely true. To them, those were not just a means of gaining power or control. To them, it was also a way to feel. Feeling the emotions from others, whether it was pain or despair, was something that had slowly become unfamiliar to them. Only by constantly drawing from humans and feeling the emotions generated by others could they feel more real in that brief moment. Almost close to the feeling of being alive. Almost. When she opened her eyes again, it seemed as if a sun exploded in her pupils. The image of the girl disappeared, and then appeared a body that seemed to have expanded countless times. It was still a huge colorful wings, and the body seemed to be burning, with transparent flames flying up and down around her. Judging from the wings, it seemed to be a flying creature, but the main body was completely different from ordinary birds, or it should be said that it was not like any ordinary creature. She had a grotesque body structure, but the structure on both sides was symmetrical, grotesque but not without strange beauty. Chu Cheng's eyebrows moved. Friday, have we hit this guy's body? It looks like it, sir. Friday's voice sounded, "Be careful, sir. The opponent's temperature continues to rise, even higher than before. The bat suit is not specially designed to withstand high temperatures. It is recommended to keep a distance. Remember." A certain part in the middle of the flying creature's body spewed out fireballs again, but this time the size was much larger than when she was in human form. Batman leaped up, and the heat wave aftermath when the fireball exploded on the ground lifted him into the air. The cloak spread and hardened with the sound of wind. The thrusters unfolded, and Batman took off at a high speed. If the previous aerial battle between the two humanoid objects was too fast to be noticed in the middle of the night, then if no one saw it now, the eyes of the people in Pingcheng would basically be donated. The 9th Special Service Department noticed it during the high-speed aerial battle. After all, even if other things can't be seen, it is still difficult to ignore the dramatic temperature changes like just now. It's just that the speed of the battle between the two sides was extremely fast. From the perspective of Chu Ching and the Ancient One, it seemed that the battle lasted for a long time, but in fact the whole process was only a short 1 or 2 minutes. No matter how efficient it was impossible for someone to come so quickly. And now the whole city has begun to notice the movement here. Although there are infection incidents in Pingcheng, most of them are minor incidents, and there are few major incidents that can be reported. Even the 9th Department agents stationed locally have rarely seen real superpowers, let alone such a big scene. Not to mention the people. One by one, they woke up from their sleep and looked out of the field with sleepy eyes. Wow, a giant burning bird. Although it has a strange shape, it can be considered a bird because it can fly, is suspended above the city. The flames released from its body seem to ignite the atmosphere. The night sky, which should be dark, is reflected in golden color, and the whole city seems to be burning. Where have all the citizens seen such a grand scene like a doomsday movie? Everyone was confused for a moment, and couldn't even tell whether it was a dream or reality. But in fact, it seems to be in the city. But in fact, during the short high-speed fight just now, Batman and the girl seemed to have deliberately distanced themselves from the city. After rushing out of the tunnel, they were actually in the suburbs. As long as they are a little more careful and don't attack in the direction of the city, they can effectively prevent the blood pressure of certain people from being full due to collateral damage to buildings. At this time, fireballs were flying in the sky, and the expanding flames were constantly detonating everywhere. Batman spread his wings and flew around one fireball after another, and the thrusters were spraying at full speed. Leela flapped her wings in the transformed state, and the invisible lift lifted her body up a little, rising higher into the sky, her sights fixed on Batman. Leela had seen how Lettuce was defeated. She did not underestimate humans, especially Batman's black flying object. She had seen the power of that thing, and knew what it could do. But because she had seen it with her own eyes, she felt that she was different from Lettuce, and that she should have a chance of winning. She was the Ancient One who controlled the sky, and that was her advantage over Lettuce. She had observed the movement of the flying object, and felt that she was sure that she could seize the initiative in the air battle. And most importantly, she could avoid the key attacks. From her observation of the battle with Lettuce, she could see that, although other attacks from the flying object might hurt and cause damage, they were not absolutely fatal. The terrifying blow that really determined the outcome was the red-hot beam it fired at the end, which cut Lettuce's body into 2 pieces like a sword. Even the Ancient One could not withstand such a blow, and she knew that she could not either. But from the battle performance, she estimated that the trick, which should be a trump card, might only have 1 shot, or at least it would take a long time to fire 1 shot. Then all she had to do was dodge the critical blow. No matter how powerful the trick was, it would be meaningless if it missed. She had this confidence. Just as she was thinking this, a beam of fire tore through the burning sky, and the red-gold afterimage broke through the scorching clouds at supersonic speed and swooped down. Leela noticed the appearance of the third person, but didn't care too much. He looked like a human, and a human with the ability to fly, which made her wonder how many humans had mastered the secret of flying in these days. After all, the ancients didn't understand technology. After waking up, they had established some understanding of the modern human technology-based system, but it was still relatively superficial. So from their perspective, this guy with a body of steel and iron flying on flames might feel like a technological immortal. But she still didn't take it too seriously. Now that she has become this form, even if a mere human possesses some extraordinary power, it is not enough to threaten her. What makes her uneasy are the strange weapons made by humans. For example, now, she is only afraid of that strange flying weapon. Until two beams of fully powered recoil beams burst out from the palm of Iron Man and exploded in her face. The structure of the shield collapsed, and the hot contents splashed out from the gap. Leela, who was stunned by the cannon, looked at the second red and gold flying man in doubt. Isn't it true that the humans of this era are all more monstrous than each other? Question mark. Chapter 213. The deceased is currently in a stable mood. Leela, who thought she had realized the horror of human beings in this era, felt that her worldview was refreshed again. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed that such a red and gold little man could cause such harm to her. After all, he was so small, and the energy shock emitted from his palm was like a skewer to her in the transformed state. If she used this thing to poke herself, wouldn't it be like a toothpick stirring a large vat? If it could hurt her, wouldn't it be a joke? But after being personally hit by the power of a recoil light cannon, she was a little confused and felt as if her head was full of question marks. Although the Iron Man technology in Chu Cheng's hands at this stage is not like the old man, it is either borrowed from the immortal teammates or stolen from alien technology. Although Iron Man's equipment is pure Earth technology, it is not Earth technology in the general sense. Not to mention that the technology of Marvel Earth is already far ahead of reality, and more importantly, they have magical god-level materials that do not exist in reality. This is exactly the case with the core arc reactor of Iron Man technology. As we all know, before some of the weird and wonderful technologies were added, the arc reactor that powered the weapons, defense, flight power and other all-round systems of Iron Man's armor basically determined the strength of this suit. How much damage he could do depended on how much power the reactor had. Stark's earliest generation of arc reactors was already a super black technology that was decades ahead of the world, and that was the reason why his armor was invincible and could not be copied. However, the reactor used the highly toxic and irreplaceable palladium element at that time, so the reactor made Iron Man invincible, while also slowly killing him. It was not until the movie Iron Man 2 that Stark was inspired by his father's legacy to develop a new element. It is said that the novel released simultaneously with Iron Man 2 said that the element was vibranium, and some detail seekers found that Stark mentioned the Pegasus project in the deleted clips of the movie that created the new element. It has been proved in Avengers 1 that it was a plan for S.H.I.E.L.D. to study the cosmic cube. So the biggest possibility is that either this element is vibranium or it is extracted from the cosmic cube, although the MCU did not make this clear until the end. But in any case, the second generation reactor not only saved Stark from being poisoned, but also enhanced Iron Man's armor, which was like a shotgun for a cannon, allowing Iron Man to obtain energy output far superior to the previous generation of armor starting from the Mark 6 armor. Then, starting from the Mark 42 prototype, Stark first used the second generation new element reactor that was upgraded again. The new generation of reactors has taken the output capacity of the armor to a higher level. In the MCU movie, its output power is even more powerful than that of conventional alien individual weapons. Even Ultron's body, which was replaced with a full vibranium shell in the later period, was melted by the output of the Mark 45 recoil beam. Of course, that was a team output with Vision and Thor, who scored 81 points together, but this also shows its output level. The Mark 43 armor being operated at this time is an upgraded armor that has been replaced with a second generation new element reactor. Although Vision and Thor were not teaming up to fight together, the low purity shield structure on the other side was obviously far inferior to Ultron's vibranium shell, and the output of the vibranium reactor was enough to break through the defense. Before Leela could stabilize herself, two missiles flew from the opposite direction and exploded on her without any explanation. Light blue fluorescence burst out, and the huge body in the air trembled violently. Batman had already boarded his fighter plane at this time, and the bottom of the Batwing sprayed flames and rose into the air, hovering beside Iron Man. "Stand down, Stark," Batman's hoarse voice sounded in the team channel. Things are under my control. Yes, yes, you're really good at control. Stark in Iron Man's battlesuit sneered unceremoniously. You can see the clouds burning from 100 miles away. It's really not worrying at all. Chu Cheng didn't expect that these two local tycoons from across the universe actually interacted with each other through voice. I don't know if this is a factor of mutual repulsion between local tycoons. It seems that the two of them don't like each other very much. This reminded him of the Lego Batman movie. In the movie, Batman returned to the Batcave after a day's mission, and the password setting was Iron Man is weak. But Chu Cheng looked at the team interface again. Wow, there was actually a team buff. So the two representative tycoons of Marvel and DC were put together, and it was still a best match. Perfect match, which shows that this mutual dislike is probably just two arrogant people who say they dislike each other but are upright. The Master glanced at the Iron Man next to him from the cockpit and snorted, "Don't hold me back." Interesting, that's what I want to say. As he spoke, a beam of flame came towards him like a sword out of its sheath. The Batwing fuselage tilted to the side, and the thrusters at the bottom of the wing sprayed at full force, and the plane rolled horizontally for several consecutive times to avoid it perfectly. Iron Man extended his palms to the left, and the flame sprayed from his palms. He also accelerated to move sideways to avoid it, and then drew a beautiful arc in the air and accelerated again. In short, they were all outrageous actions that flushed a dozen modern aerodynamic theories into the toilet from different angles. Batwing stabilized his body and took the lead in launching a new attack. A large caliber machine gun popped out from the bottom of the wing, and a burst of special bullets with a freezing bullet in it was fired straight at the flying creature. But Leela also spread her wings and soared into the air, as if riding on a 5-colored air current. Although she was larger after the transformation, her movements were not slow at all, and Batwing sweeps were all in vain. The freezing bullet did catch up to her and exploded not far away, and the powerful ice and snow field enveloped her. But her whole body was ablaze, and the flames burst through her body. It seemed that a looming fireball was rapidly expanding with her as the center. The invisible burning field collided head-on with the ice and snow, and the temperature changed drastically. The uneven medium distorted the light and made the space look like it was pulled and deformed. The low temperature effect of the freezing bullet was instantly offset by most of it. The freezing ability of the freezing bullet is not enough to counter the opponent's fire ability. Friday said, "Okay, let's use a reactor single beam to see the effect." Chu Cheng's perspective had already switched to Iron Man when he spoke. He also used the number keys to switch the weapons on Iron Man's armor. After selecting the weapon, he aimed with the right key and held down the left key to start charging. The highly concentrated powerful energy seemed to absorb the surrounding particles in the air and gathered them into the arc reactor. As the target was locked, Chu Cheng released the key, and the recoil beam burst out from Iron Man's chest like a waterfall. That was Iron Man's classic big move, which was the main gun level powerful output in all types of armor. The reactor output was increased to the limit, and the recoil pulse cannon in the palm was not used to attack, so there was no energy conduction process and no loss, and the core reactor was used directly for pure energy output. Although this move consumed a lot of energy and had the defect of needing to charge, it was basically the strongest weapon of Iron Man's armor. But I didn't expect that just before the energy beam flew, the flying creature spread its wings, and the 5-colored light under its body burst with heat waves, and it actually rose a lot higher and dodged with an equally gorgeous flying stunt. Obviously, Leela's air combat ability is not comparable to that of ordinary birds, beasts or fighters. The three parties currently engaged in the war are all highly accomplished in the field of air combat. From the perspective of an observer, it is definitely a fight between gods. Of course, there is no shortage of onlookers watching this level of battle in the madhouse. However, the people in front of the screen are all old viewers. Although they still find this fight between gods outrageous, no matter how many times they have seen it, it is not the first time after all. They have not yet figured out the technology, but their hearts have become bigger. Now when the experts see the shots of the plane rolling in the air and reversing on the spot, the exoskeleton armor can shake in a Z shape at supersonic speeds. Although they still feel a little shocked from time to time, in general, they still think that the deceased is currently emotionally stable and there is nothing unacceptable anyway. Until the frontline observation brought new news that none of them were mentally prepared for. A new UFO is approaching at a very fast speed. There are 1, 2, and 3 targets. The communicator opened his mouth, and after a long time, he finally uttered the next sentence. A lot of targets, all rushing towards the direction of the battle at high speed. The experts, although they didn't know what was going on, many of them suddenly had a bad feeling, as if it was a sign that their worldview was about to be refreshed. Chapter 214, same as Zaku. The air battle is still going on, and the scope of the impact is getting farther and farther. But the two warring parties seem to still tacitly follow the default rule of staying away from the crowd. So in general, the battle is still going on, and getting farther and farther away from the city. At this flying speed, they have left the city far behind in a moment. Leela flew in front, and Iron Man and Batman chased behind. Both sides kept adjusting their altitude, and flying up and down. The rain of bullets spread in the sky, and the missiles were detonated like fireworks. The flames and lasers that distorted the space crisscrossed, like a supersonic visual feast unfolding in the air. After being hit by 2 more recoil laser cannons, Leela quickly turned to avoid the follow-up attacks and quickly lowered her altitude to fly at an ultra-low altitude. This is a very dangerous altitude for ordinary aircraft, but neither Iron Man armor nor Batwing is a challenge at all. 2 after images, 1 large and 1 small, chased down one after another, continuing to pour firepower on the shadow flying in front. Sir, the super high fever comes from the approach of the underground. Friday's reminder sounded, and the warning sign was marked in the form of a red circle at the bottom of the screen. One after another, red circles appeared on the ground, following the trajectory of Iron Man and Batman. Each one was an extremely dangerous attack warning. It was also a warning mechanism that was very commonly used in action games and was used in the boss battle process. Chu Cheng was no stranger to it. At this moment, Chu Cheng was operating the Batwing. Without thinking, he immediately operated the plane to do an extreme somersault and accelerated in the opposite direction to rush out of the red circle area. But the attack distance warning came too quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the stratum marked by the red circle was broken, and a beam of fire shot up into the sky. The lava seemed to be a burning dragon rushing out of the ground, opening its huge mouth of flames, and roaring towards a suspended target. It was obviously a trap. Leela lowered the altitude to lure the 2 pursuers closer to the ground. The lava column was more concealed, and easier to hit the target. Although the Batwing was pushed forward in time and flashed out of the red circle, the reaction time was too short, and one side of the wing still rubbed against the fire column. The overheating of the wing caused the explosion of local components, and the tip of the wing caught fire, and a burning tail flame was drawn in the air as the fighter moved forward. This was thanks to Chu Cheng's fast hand speed and quick reaction that he barely avoided it. At present Iron Man, who was not operating, but hosted by AI, was directly hit by the fire column. The red and gold body was rushed into the air by the explosive force and annihilated in the flames. However, in just a moment, the red and gold afterimage broke through the fire curtain and flew out again with a tail flame and continued to chase behind him, as if nothing had happened. Playing dirty tricks? Learned from bats? Stark in the armor complained. Leela, who saw this scene, could not help but be more shocked. What the hell is this tin can? Question mark? Her perception ability of the ancients clearly told her that this was a human. Genuine, without infection or superpowers, just an ordinary human. But only her perception said so, and her eyes obviously did not agree with this point of view. Watching the thing rushing out of the high temperature curtain wall, she couldn't help but ask herself soul searching, you call this thing a human? In fact, what she was facing at this moment was the Mark 43 developed after the end of the Iron Man 3 movie. If it was replaced with the Mark 42 or the previous generation, it might be shot down by that sneak attack. The Mark series armor in Iron Man 3 really suffered a lot in front of the Extremis. Although the Iron Man armor at that time was also very resistant to high temperatures under normal circumstances, it would still hit a wall when facing the extremely high temperature like the extremis. It is said that failure makes one wiser, and scientists in the American comics circle are definitely a model of being good at learning from experience. After suffering a setback at the hands of Extremis, Stark immediately put the ability to resist high temperatures at the top of the priority list of the new armor function, so most of the Iron Man equipment starting from Mark 43 has much better heat resistance than the previous generation. And one side of the Batwing here is on fire, and if the fire spreads, it will definitely cause some impact. Locate the lake 3 kilometers away, sir. Friday reminded. Very good, let's go cool down. Chu Cheng pressed the buttons to lower the altitude, and the Batwing hissed and dived in the direction of the lake. The 3-kilometer distance is just a matter of moment for the speed of the Batwing. It dived down from the sky, swept down a volley of bullets, and a large amount of water was blown into the air, forming a high water curtain wall. The fighter flew through the curtain wall, and a large amount of water fell like raindrops. The flames on the wings were instantly extinguished, and the height of the Batwing was pulled up again. The tail flames instantly ejected from the tail blew the water on the water surface. This wave of operations not only once again demonstrated the extraordinary maneuverability of a wave of fighters, but also showed off the operation. In this situation of wings on fire, if there was a dead driver in this plane, the fate of this plane would either be to hoe the ground or turn into fireworks, and then it would be a reserved program and boiled into soup. But considering that the Batman in this plane is not called Ultraman, he can immediately rescue it again. He performed a low altitude aerobatic flight over the lake to put out the fire, and then took off again, and it was as good as new. It was very stable, but the ace pilots of this planet might explode on the spot, saying that it was impossible. This must be a science fiction movie. After a fight, Leela took off again, and hovered briefly in the air. The two pursuers, Iron Man and Batwing, were still following closely on both sides, hovering in the air on the left and right, with their sights still locked on her. In this round, it was obvious that the rich duo had the upper hand, and the effective output was basically all from this side. Leela was basically in a state of being beaten for most of the time, and her whole body was blown to pieces by various black technology weapons. However, the ancients had a lot of blood and flesh and recovered quickly, so it was not so easy to take her down, even if she was beaten. This was also her confidence in coming out to fight. Unlike Lettuce, who was rooted to the ground like a tree trunk, although her defense and strength were weaker than Lettuce, she was more agile and good at aerial combat. Even the two hackers in front of her who claimed to be high-tech could only keep pouring output, but it was difficult to kill them. However, Leela found that she was still careless. This battle was much more difficult than she had imagined, and it was much more difficult to deal with than expected. At this rate, things might not go according to her plan, and it might get very bad. She calmly swept her eyes from Batwing and Iron Man one after another. There was no room for hiding anything, and she had to go all out. It was when she was thinking this that she noticed something. From the dark and distant sky, like a sky full of stars, the tail flames approached from all directions. Iron Man armor. All of them were Iron Man armor. Starting with the prototype Silver Armor Mark II, and ending with the test prototype Mark 42 of the armor number 43, a whole army of Iron Men broke through the clouds and dived down, landing around her. Stark in Mark 43 flew forward, and came to the front of this army of Iron Men like a leader. He raised his arm, and locked the direction of Leela with his palm recoil cannon. The whole circle of Iron Men around him raised their hands, and aimed at her in unison. Stark's voice, amplified by the speaker, rang out from the number 43 armor. Game over. Now I strongly suggest that you land obediently, squat on the ground with your head in your hands and disarm. Otherwise, the scene may be very ugly later. Leela was a little confused at this time. She swept her eyes from the whole circle of Iron Man armors, and felt dizzy for a while, as if she was trapped in some unreal nightmare. At the same time, the graves in the mental hospital seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. The group of people saw the whole circle of Iron Men suspended in the air in the picture, and they all went crazy. Everyone had seen what an Iron Man suit could do. They all knew that a human-sized suit of mechanical armor had the ability to sweep away an army. But what did they see now? a whole regiment of such suits. In the picture, the Iron Man suits were suspended in the air with flames under their feet, surrounding the Ancient Ones, as neat and uniform as a well-trained army. When seeing this picture, everyone felt a huge pressure, a kind of absolute power, as if they were looking at an indestructible blade, with the crushing power to easily sweep away everything in the world. A power that made people tremble in their hearts. The scene they saw at this moment even made some people have some misunderstandings. So is it possible that this mechanical suit, that looked like a monster in their eyes, was actually as much as a Zaku in their hands? Chapter 259 Legion. The battle resumed, a new round. But this time was completely different from the previous one. If what happened just now could still be called a battle, then this time, it might be more accurate to say that it was only a one-sided beating. More than 40 sets of Iron Man suits, fully loaded and equipped, could be a nightmare for anyone facing them, even for non-humans. Take Leela for example, she was already on the verge of being destroyed. The current situation was that there were Iron Man suits around her in almost all directions, and there was fierce firepower from every angle. The recoils were hitting from almost all angles, and the shell of the T-shield was constantly blown open, and then it was blown open again, before it had time to recover. Dense missiles exploded along the body of the flying creature, and the red-hot laser beams with strong penetrating power cut across it. She was covered with wounds and almost covered by continuous firepower without dead ends. It felt like she was in a furnace, and was being crushed into pieces bit by bit. And it was not just Leela who was being beaten who was shocked. Ophelia and 2 other friends, the Ancients' teammates who parted ways with her, almost exploded on the spot when they secretly spied on this scene. In fact, Ophelia, who insisted on staying alive and developing first, always felt that she was cautious enough. That is, she let her teammates go up to test the waters, let Leela go out to try to make trouble, and let the few people in the back row watch to find out how strong the current humans are. Originally, after Letters fell, she felt that she had a general idea, but after seeing this, she realized that her previous speculation about modern humans was too conservative. After witnessing the group fight of the Iron Man army, she immediately felt that staying alive and not going out to play should be the wisest decision she had made in countless lives. Under such firepower siege, even if the remaining 3 of her side went together, they would probably join Leela and be blown to a crisp. Some humans in ancient times regarded the ancients as monsters. But who is a monster now? It was not just the ancient creatures who had such doubts. Even the bigwigs representing modern cutting-edge technology were petrified instantly when they saw this scene through satellite images. The Madhouse was the first to witness it. When seeing the Iron Man army firing at full power, with explosions and laser special effects all over the sky, many people's first reaction was, if the object they were focusing on was not the ancient creature, but their Special Service 9's air carrier, how long could they last? If they were bombed like this, they would have been burned to ashes in the sky by now, right? Of course, the air battle scene like this, where the super black technology of an unknown superhero organization fought against some ancient extraordinary creatures in a big way, was a rare fight between gods in a century. Naturally, it was impossible for the Madhouse to be the only one paying attention. The military, the political circles, and the top leaders of the entire world were paying attention, and the eyes of the Earth Star were all focused on this battle. Then they all went crazy. A few days ago, they learned about the existence of something like Iron Man. Some said it was a robot, and some said it was some advanced armor. But it is clear that the view that it is a robot is more common than that it is a battle armor. The reason is also very simple. Because from the perspective of experts, if this thing is a suit of armor, then let's not talk about what will happen to the person inside during the impact and explosion. Just say that, when this thing flies at supersonic speed in the sky, and performs various 720-degree supersonic turns, the person's brain should be shaken. But no matter what, everyone agrees that this is a technology that can reshuffle the world. Some experts integrated various events in which Iron Man appeared, calculated its flight ability, combat ability, defense performance and destructive power, and then came to a conclusion. This thing can destroy an entire aircraft carrier formation single-handedly. When the first expert put forward this view, he was quickly questioned by senior military officials. A certain big shot summoned him directly and said bluntly, "You should know that you need to be responsible for every conclusion you have made." The expert also responded respectfully, "I know, so this is the most conservative estimate I can give. But you want to ask me what I really think of the so-called Iron Man technology? Then forgive me for being frank. I don't know how many troops can resist it." The expert was originally a big shot in the field. This argument caused an earthquake in the circle within a few days of being published. The technology called Iron Man has also become the focus of attention of the upper class in recent days, and the mysterious organization behind it has become more and more uneasy. Even until tonight, just now, most of these people were still trying to digest the fact that such an outrageous creation as Iron Man existed. Then suddenly, they were told that more than 40 Iron Men appeared in the sky above Pingcheng at once. So they all split apart. Chu Cheng certainly knew clearly what it meant to publicly execute the family banquet order like this, and he also knew how much attention these more than 40 sets of Iron Man suits would attract, how many people's worldviews would be shattered, and how many people would be unable to sleep at night. That's great. This is part of the meaning of the family banquet plan, to show strength. People think that superheroes come from the same organization, a mysterious and powerful alliance. At this stage, this organization is still in the development stage in secret, but it will not stay there forever. While Chu Cheng is fighting now, he is still laying the foundation for the subsequent stages. Although the specific plan for the subsequent stages has not been decided, it is necessary to show absolute strength anyway. There is a saying that reading is to talk to idiots calmly, and fitness is to make idiots talk to you calmly. The words are rough, but the truth is not rough, although it may be a bit extreme, but there is also his reason. The truth is based on fists. Only when you show absolute strength first will people be willing to listen to you. Although it can't be seen from a third-person perspective, Chu Cheng's side is not just a simple bombardment and firepower. At the beginning of the battle, Friday had already scanned the enemy in all directions through the built-in scanning device of Iron Man, and combined with the previous battles with opponents holding the T-shield material for analysis, and fed back the results. The result of the material structure analysis shows that the structure of the T-shield on the enemy has a relatively weak point. Friday said, "This can also be analyzed?" Chu Cheng was a little surprised at the time. Sure enough, the fifth sister is still the best with Iron Man. In fact, compared with the firepower and equipment equipped by Iron Man, the scanning analysis of his suit when fighting against a truly powerful opponent, the ability to formulate tactics and scientific application for the ability of different opponents is the biggest killer. Friday is an artificial intelligence designed for Iron Man's suit. At this time, it can naturally play the greatest effect when paired with the scanning equipment of the suit. Sure enough, after some analysis, even the seemingly indestructible T-shield actually has relatively weak points in its structure. But the T-shield material is in a state of constant motion, so the location of the weak points will also change constantly. Friday said, "I have marked all the weak points on the opponent in real time, but each weakness should not stay for too long. So sir, you may need to aim faster. Aim faster. It's not a big problem. Let me show you what a quick gun boy is." Chu Cheng was full of confidence. While he was talking, Friday had indeed marked it on the screen. The huge flying creature had circular red areas marked all over its body, each of which only stayed for a moment before disappearing, and then the next one appeared. It felt like whack-a-mole. Chu Cheng was a whack-a-mole master when he was in elementary school. At this time, the ancients were already unable to move under the firepower of the Iron Legion, and their agility had long been greatly reduced. So strictly speaking, the difficulty of aiming was even easier than the whack-a-mole game of the year. I don't know if it was because the game accelerated thinking. Chu Cheng felt that his operation and reaction were countless times stronger than before. Iron Man and the screen flew up and down under his control, shuttling back and forth between the gorgeous special effects curtain walls, and each recoil beam and each missile shot accurately hit a marked weak point. His hand speed was so fast that the dense keyboard tapping sounded like a rhythmic percussion music. If a normal person looked at his high speed and dazzling screen at this time, he would probably faint on the spot. The continuous bombardment soon blew the huge creature to the end of its strength. Her wings were almost broken, and her body was about to fall. Surrounded by the army of Iron Man, she had nowhere to go. Finally, the operation perspective switched back to the Batwing. The hidden gun barrel protruded from the bottom of the Batwing, and the fiery red light condensed, brewing a fatal blow. Leela was exhausted and had no more energy to dodge. There was no way to avoid it. The red-hot light stream surged out of the thermal sight cannon, with the momentum to annihilate everything. Chapter 216 I Surrender. The thermal vision cannon only has a short release opportunity after charging, and once it is released, it needs to enter the ultra-long standby cooling. Obviously, the thermal vision simulation equipment currently installed on the Batwing is still a prototype of Batman's immature technology. It is similar to a prototype. It is not only large in size and complex in launch mechanism, but also has many limitations. It is still far from the mature thermal vision system that the Master will use on other armor later. But even so, this prototype is powerful enough, and is already the strongest output means in Chu Cheng's hands. If it were a one-on-one fight, Leela's aerial maneuverability might have been able to dodge it. No matter how powerful the trick is, it is meaningless if it can't hit. But obviously the beating of Iron Man's army has drained her last bit of strength. The flying body has no chance to dodge. The thermal vision cannon is like a thrown javelin that penetrates the huge body head-on. Then the body quickly collapsed. The beautiful wings broke off from the torso and fell, surrounded by red-hot light, and ground into powder bit by bit. The entire body fell apart, dissipated and dissolved, until it was blown away by the wind. In just a few seconds, the behemoth in the air disappeared, leaving only the fiery red spots left by the heat vision. It seemed to be over at last. It seemed. Problem solved. Stark answered the Batwing's communication from the Mark 43 armor, and said with a smile, "You're welcome. It's not solved yet." Batman said coldly, "Sorry, what?" At this time, the cockpit of the Batwing had been opened. Batman unbuckled his seatbelt, got up and climbed out of the cockpit to the front of the fuselage. "Nothing for you, Stark. Go back to your lab. I'll take over from here." As he spoke, Batman had already jumped off the fuselage, his arms folded tightly against his torso, and he dived down headfirst in a free-fall posture. Well, to be precise, it should be Chu Cheng who automatically triggered this series of lines after he operated Batman to free fall. When the thermal vision cannon was fired, Chu Cheng's perspective was on Batman. After firing a shot, he immediately activated the detective mode to scan and confirm the situation. He immediately found that the shot seemed to hit, but not completely. He hit most of the Ancient's body, but the opponent's body escaped. Before the thermal vision cannon hit, Leela managed to get away from the huge body, leaving an empty shell there as a live target, and took the opportunity to escape in a very hidden way. Of course, this was not without cost. A small group of T-Shields swam through the forest in a mud-like form, and after floating for a distance, they recondensed into a human form, and turned back into the posture of a girl in a dress. But compared with before, her current state can really be described as pineapple. There was almost no good part of her body. Even the T-Shield that made up her body was in a very bad state. Many parts of her body kept cracking and deforming, and then they struggled to repair themselves and return to their original positions, but almost at the same time, other parts of her body were blown apart. In short, she was breaking apart. Leela's steps were shaky. She escaped with the cover of the last explosion and tried to stay as far away from the terrifying humans above as possible. Now she fully realized that the humans today were simply too terrifying. She took 2 steps, and it seemed that she had really used up all her strength. She had to sit down against a tree trunk, panting while waiting for her strength to recover, and at the same time trying to concentrate the little remaining strength on self-repair. Closing her eyes, the scene she had just experienced replayed in her mind involuntarily. The dark wings, like the red heat of the end of the world, rushed towards her. Even though she finally managed to escape, the scene still lingered in her mind, accompanied by the extreme fear that almost made her brain empty. It was a power she had never seen before, and even among the ancients, there was no such terrifying ability. The moment she was locked, she almost smelled the breath of death, the feeling that she had almost forgotten, the feeling of being erased, destroyed, and even denied. It made her feel unprecedentedly small. She wondered if the ancient humans would have felt the same way when they saw her. So far, things have gone a long way from what she had planned. Now, when she recalled her initial plans and intentions, she herself found them somewhat funny. The reason why she did not listen to Ophelia's cautious choice and was so ostentatious was not because she was trying to make the world bow down to her like Letus did. On the contrary, she was trying to negotiate with humans. But there is a saying that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. As a bunch of old unlucky people, humans have developed a kind of paranoia in the long evolutionary journey. Looking at all kinds of fantasy works, whether it is falling from the sky, drilling out of the ground, or being fed by nuclear wastewater in the sea, and coming ashore to bask in the sun, humans have always adopted the diplomatic principle of focusing on nuclear peace. Although Leela did not know these illusions, she was well aware that as a non-human species that was not trusted, it would definitely not work if she wanted to negotiate with modern humans without showing off her muscles first. So the original plan should be like this. She would appear in a more flamboyant way, preferably with some gorgeous visual effects. Then she would show the terror and tyranny of the ancients, and win in a world-shaking battle, or, even if it was difficult to win, at least when she had the upper hand, she would stop and show goodwill. Of course, that was the original plan. As she was beaten to a bloody pulp by more than 40 Iron Man suits and a Batwing, this plan was obviously scrapped. If stopping when she had the upper hand could show her sincerity in negotiation, then shouting the same words when she was beaten to a pulp would not be sincerity, but more like shouting "Spare me, sir," which was completely different in nature. Anyway, now that the original plan was gone, she had to think of a new way as soon as possible. After getting through today, but as soon as she stood up, she seemed to notice something. A shadow. The bat-like shadow, as if stretched by the bright moonlight, was cast on the ground. Her pupils shrank slightly, and a tentacle on her body flew in the direction of the shadow. The tentacle penetrated the bushes, sending back a rustling sound, but it hit nothing. Leela was stunned for a moment. Was it an illusion? Just as she was thinking this, there was another slight noise behind her. Without thinking, she immediately shot another tentacle in the direction behind her. She seemed to catch a glimpse of the shadow of a bat flashing by from the corner of her eye, but the tentacle only broke a thick ancient tree in half with a bang, and there was still no movement. He is coming. Now she has no chance. She knew that person was coming, the human who was dressed like a bat, and whom she could not understand. That person seemed to have no breath, and she could not even sense his emotional fluctuations. Compared with Leela, the ancient, he was more like a ghost, deadly but invisible, floating around her. Leela gritted her teeth to support herself, and threw out a beam of flame with her backhand. This action undoubtedly brought a lot of burden to her body that was being repaired. The flames briefly illuminated the darkness, and seemed to briefly illuminate the dark bat-like shadow in the bushes. But it was only for a moment. The third attack missed, and although it briefly revealed Batman's image in the darkness, it did not help at all. Instead, it only made the atmosphere more terrifying, just like the momentary light flashes by in horror movies. Leela tried to stand firm, but she couldn't hold on any longer, and fell to her knees. Her condition was worse than ever. She had not recovered from the beating by Iron Man's suit, and her escape had caused her to suffer serious damage. The use of her firepower almost backfired on herself. And he was everywhere. Every rustling of leaves made her doubt, and every creaking sound sounded like he was stepping on a branch. She seemed to be able to feel the cold and deadly gaze from all the shadows, the kind of coldness that seemed to despise even God. She felt fear. Yes. It seemed ridiculous to say, because the roles between them should not be like this. She was the Ancient One, an existence that had been feared by humans since ancient times. What they are best at is to create fear, to make people feel awe, to feel their own insignificance, to feel the fear of the unknown, as if looking directly into the abyss, and to be terrified about their own fate. But now, the roles have been reversed. She, an ancient who is proficient in this, felt fear from a psychopath who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and dressed as a bat. She is probably the first ancient who has been frightened by a human being in history. Boom. She didn't notice when the thing was attached to her, and the detonation of the bat bomb threw her away. The fireball exploded with black smoke, and she was thrown back many times like a ball. The continuous trauma made her state fall to the bottom, and this bomb made her a little unable to bear it. The shield structure tried desperately to keep her body from breaking, but it was obviously quite struggling. Batman spread his wings and fell from somewhere, folded his cloak, and landed in front of her. "Stop." The girl rolled several times in a dusty face, and she shouted hurriedly before she stopped. "I surrender." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 God is Coming. Batman was originally on the branch above. Now that Chu Ching has practiced more, he is quite experienced in stealth techniques. He uses the sound of the wind blowing the bushes and leaves to control Batman's movement and cover up the sound as much as possible. In addition, the hidden silencer effect of this battlesuit makes it difficult for even the Ancient One to lock his position. In other words, Leela finally carried forward the Paris spirit, the classic tactic, as long as I surrender quickly, you can't defeat me. But although she was spared from being beaten, she still felt like a dog. Her situation is essentially a bit like trying to challenge the opponent, but she didn't expect the opponent to be unethical and directly gave her a times have changed point JPG, and the things he used were much more outrageous than guns. The main thing is that the two opponents are not only scientists but also rich. One of them bought a building in a few seconds just to blow it up for fun, and the other bought a bank boss directly to mortgage a house. When these two team up, the air is full of money. So this Ancient One should be considered to have lost to the ability of money and was essentially drowned by money. Anyway, she has completely given up resistance now and even feels a little relieved. The girl in the dress stretched out her legs and sat on the ground in a sloppy posture. Maybe she thought it was not practical to resist in her current state, so she just pretended to be at the mercy of others. Then she quickly explained it briefly. Basically, she didn't want to cause trouble, but just wanted to kick a hole to prove her strength. She thought she was in a martial arts studio, but she didn't know that the script was the director has a gun and was beaten to a pulp with a burst of guns. Of course, just as she thought, taking the initiative to make peace when she has the upper hand shows sincerity, but when someone points a gun at her head, the persuasiveness is obviously discounted. Chu Cheng certainly didn't buy it immediately. Friday, is she telling the truth? Batman's multifunctional helmet has a built-in instrument equipped with a lie detector function, and he had activated the device when the other party was talking just now. The polygraph test result shows that it is true. But I must remind you, sir, that the other party is a species other than human, and any simulation of human functions may be an illusion. Polygraph methods are only effective for intelligent creatures, mainly humans, and can only be used as a reference, not necessarily effective. Friday said. Okay, got it. Chu Cheng certainly remembered the detail that the other party was not human, but in the original work, Batman's polygraph equipment may sometimes be effective for aliens, underwater people and other non-human creatures, so he just confirmed it as a reference. Why? Batman asked. The idea of waving a white flag at the beginning naturally makes people curious about her motives. Because as I said, Leela took a deep breath. I'm tired of it. The way we are now, half dead. Some people regard this as immortality, but I'm tired of being with those guys. They are all the same. They have long forgotten what they are like, and only feel alive with the help of human emotions. She smiled self-deprecatingly. They may not even realize it now. As time goes by, we are slowly becoming more and more like humans, and have long forgotten what we look like. And the funniest thing is, that even this is just a poor imitation. Looking at them, those guys, unconsciously imitating humans, clumsily copying human emotions, desires, greed, acting as if they really have any thoughts, everything, pretending that they can really feel it. It makes me sick. Instead of staying among these guys, I'm more interested in the humans of this era. If I can get in touch with humans more and understand this era, maybe. She paused, a little absent-minded. Maybe this time, I can find a feeling closer to being alive. It sounds a bit masochistic, but the feeling of being almost annihilated when being aimed at by the thermal vision cannon just now, being blocked by Batman in an unprecedentedly weak state, the instinct to face the crisis, the moment when fate is beyond her control and she almost touches the emotion called fear as never before, that is when she feels that she has unprecedentedly close to life. Of course I know. The key to the problem is, cough cough my value. Leela coughed, her body still on the verge of collapse. I know what you need most now. You want to understand us, the ancients. You are uneasy about the unknown, and I can help you eliminate this uneasiness. I think this should be what you urgently need. Indeed, especially the old thief Miyazaki might be ecstatic. After all, the infection incident has not appeared in modern times for a long time, and many parts are completely guessed. As the most likely source of such incidents, the ancients are undoubtedly the most important thing to be understood at this stage. If there is an ancient cooperating, whether it is voluntary or involuntary, it can greatly accelerate the human cognition of the infection incident, and even find a way to eradicate it. In addition, Leela said slowly, you should have known that I'm not the only one. There are 3 other ancients, and they have also awakened, but they are more cautious than me. They are now the same as me, and letters who appeared before. We are in a very bad state now, and have not been fully resurrected. But in time, they may secretly accumulate strength to recover to their peak, and I think that is definitely not what you want to see. I can help you catch them, as soon as possible, before they cause possible bad consequences. Chu Cheng thought about it. Well, this is indeed a more urgent reason than the previous one, both for the 9th Division, and for him personally. The experience and points from the battle with Leela have been credited, and it is another wave of generous points. At this moment, he can't wait to go back and draw the lottery. And now there are 3 more powerful experience packs like this, 3 in total. Even if the sky collapses and the earth breaks, he will not be allowed to miss these 3 large experience packs. The main force of the Special Service 9th Division will arrive at the scene within 30 seconds, sir. Friday reminded. Well, do you think they can control this ancient? Chu Cheng confirmed. Of course. The comprehensive scan results show that she has basically lost her combat ability. The structure of the T-shield can only barely maintain her current physical condition from collapse, but the defense has dropped to a level that can also cause damage with conventional weapons. So yes, I think they can control the situation, sir. Very good. Then I think we will leave it to the cleaners next. Oh, by the way, just in case, remember to remind me to leave 2 stronger heroes on their mothership to ensure the situation. No problem, sir. Chu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt more and more that these teammates were really troublesome. He was just a cleaner to finish the job. Now he was not very confident to leave it to them, and had to set up insurance by himself. However, thinking of the latest Iron Man with a scientist, he has recently begun to conceive and try to improve the ability of these teammates to do things appropriately. It is impossible to do everything by yourself forever. SHIELD can at least do some odd jobs behind the Avengers. He doesn't expect his teammates to be the C, but at least they can get by, right? 20 seconds before the 9th Special Service arrived. Just in case, Chu Cheng decided to freeze her first, pack it up, and send it to the asylum for signature before leaving. But Leela finally spoke again. By the way, there is one more thing I think you should also want to know, she said with a serious look. The ancient humans thought that we the ancients were gods, but they were wrong. We just got a little bit of extraordinary seeds by chance, and we are just a life that is slightly better than humans. She paused and said in a deep voice, but the real god is about to make a comeback, and you may want to be prepared. Chapter 218, Gods from Beyond Heaven. Special Service Section 9, The Air Carrier. This is a heavy criminal detention area where Leng Ji once stayed, and it is a designated VIP suite on the entire cell. However, in order to welcome new guests, this prison has also temporarily received a new transformation, and Miyazaki Leozui is personally responsible for the work. From the access control to the internal facilities, they are all tailor-made to be specially designed for new guests, striving to make the residents feel at home. If Chu Cheng were to say, Miyazaki Leozui should be considered one of the few relatively reliable people in this lunatic asylum, The fieldwork and equipment of this place are poor, and the leadership pays tribute to Arkham by aligning with the security department of the Winery. From top to bottom, almost only Leozui has been in C after all. Leozui is just a scientist who does not have the power to carry a lightsaber to the front line to stab people, so there is only so much he can do. But the research progress he has made in such a short time since the infection incident is still considerable, and sometimes some targeted scientific and technological equipment does have some effect. This time is the same. The old thief discovered through practice that the special ability of the ancients and the infected he had studied in the past were similar in principle, and the ability suppression equipment he had developed before was also applicable to the ancients. It was based on this principle that the old thief Miyazaki temporarily modified and strengthened the suppression equipment of this VIP suite, so that even as an ancient, Leela could not easily escape from here. But as she said before, she took the initiative to show up from the beginning with the idea of cooperation. Since she came, she never thought of leaving from the beginning. At this time, she had thrown out an important message to these humans who imprisoned and interrogated her that she had told Batman a few hours ago. You mean, Professor Miyazaki sat behind the isolation glass with his legs crossed, knocking his knuckles on the table, looking at her with an interested expression. We thought that you ancients have always been the source of infection, but in fact our perception was wrong. Not completely wrong. Leela was sitting in the room in a well-behaved posture at this time, talking to Professor Miyazaki through a layer of transparent one-way glass. The whole room was almost armed to the teeth. A series of suppression facilities were hidden in the wall panels and outside the room, which suppressed her ability and the deformation effect of the T-shield. A huge machine was placed at the back of the room. Densely packed wires were connected around the machine, and it made a low humming sound when it was running. The infection incidents you have experienced so far are indeed from us. The infection incidents on this planet are basically caused by us, the race you call the Ancients. So I'm not trying to shirk responsibility or try to win your sympathy or goodwill. It is true that we need to be responsible for some things, but we are not the route you are looking for. Most of the influences and special abilities of the infected among you humans are indeed from us, but the abilities of our ancients are not innate. Our abilities are also obtained from other places, but that was a long time ago. These words are undoubtedly worthy of the highest attention. Especially Professor Miyazaki, who has the most in-depth research and interest in the infection problem, sat up straight when he heard this, showing a very interested expression. Leela was not wrong. The asylum was indeed very interested in these things, especially the old thief Miyazaki. In fact, he was never too interested in saving mankind from disasters. What he cared about most was his own research, discovering where the source of infection came from, how it works, and where it will lead mankind. And now may be the moment when he is closest to the answer he is looking for. Then can you tell me where this thing comes from? Professor Miyazaki asked. Of course, but I'm afraid I can only provide a limited amount, Leela said calmly, revealing a look of reminiscence. That was, a long time ago, a prayer about how we ancients became what we are now. That was also the starting point before my countless reincarnations and countless rebirths, and it happened when I was really alive. Now it has been too long, too many awakenings, and the memory of the first life is too vague. But what I can remember is that they came from the sky. Everyone who heard this was in an uproar. The sky? Does it mean that the source of the infection incident came from outside the Earth's pole? Aliens? Who are they? Professor Miyazaki asked impatiently. I don't know. I can't remember clearly. I think no ancient can remember. Leela said solemnly. I only vaguely remember that it was an existence that even we ancients could not reach. They came from between the stars, truly ancient and great things. They had endless knowledge and unlimited resources in ancient times. Each of them had powerful forces that we could not imagine. It would be absurd for us ordinary and humble races to even think of resisting. The people outside the interrogation room read surprise on each other's faces. The ancients were already a race beyond their imagination of biological cognition. They had all seen how powerful an ancient was. But even such a race was just ordinary and humble in front of the so-called god. Yes, we ancients were just an ordinary race on the Earth pole star. It was just because of chance that we touched a little trace of them left on the Earth pole star. some extraordinary seeds, which gave us powerful power, and disguised immortality of course, that also became our eternal curse. Leela continued calmly. Everyone's expressions gradually became serious. The successive defeats of Letus and Leela, the two ancients, that surfaced one after another, made them somewhat relaxed about the infection. Well, actually they didn't win both times, but seeing the two ancients being beaten to a pulp by the big guys, made them think it's nothing special, and even thought that, if they were prepared for the battle in advance, they could also fight. But now they found that things didn't seem that simple. Professor Miyazaki continued to ask eagerly, so those aliens you mentioned? I can understand them as aliens, right? You mean, they came to the Earth pole many years ago, but they have left, right? Yes. Leela said, they left a long time ago. But if you want to ask, will they come back? I'm afraid the answer is yes. They always return to the places they have been to, sooner or later. Now you have found on this planet that the large-scale revival of the infection source and the increasing frequency of infection events may be a sign. The interrogation room was silent for a while, and several people in the room exchanged glances. Then how can we stop them? Professor Miyazaki asked. But this time Leela did not answer, but smiled softly. No, you still don't understand. She said, yes, humans now are different from what I remember. I have seen this. But forgive me for being frank, even so you can't beat them, because no one can. They have a power that you have never seen in anything, and absolutely no one can resist. We ancients can't, and you humans can't. Not even your fancy weapons can't. Okay. Professor Miyazaki said, so the important information you handed over is that we are about to be finished and no one can save us. You should realize that this doesn't help your situation, right? I just said that you can't stop them. Leela said expressionlessly. There is nothing to be ashamed of. They are beings that master the laws and are invincible. But what I can help you with is to fight for the chance for humanity to survive. Professor Miyazaki raised an eyebrow. How to do it? Waving a white flag to beg for mercy? By showing friendliness and proving that humans are not a threat. In this way, in the end, Leela paused and changed the subject. Point yes. You'd better pray for their forgiveness. Chapter 219 Strength and Self-Healing. An expired loli who was fished out thousands of years ago was popularizing the knowledge of ancient gods in the grave. Of course, Chu Cheng couldn't miss it. He listened to the whole process during the meal. The words of this old loli gave people a sense of uneasiness. If the god was really as mysterious as she described, Chu Cheng actually had no confidence. He didn't know if he could handle it, or at least he was not sure at this stage. Although it is said that the end of science is theology, these god-level scientists in the American comics circle can beat up even the ancient gods. But as the saying goes, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. His current firepower is not strong enough to kill gods. Of course, the ancient gods from outer space are just one-sided words of this expired loli. It is hard to say what the truth is. In short, Chu Cheng is definitely skeptical about these words, but he thinks that it is still necessary to pay attention to it with the mentality of believing it is better than not believing it. So he still can't relax and needs to develop as soon as possible anyway. This is his usual thinking. Last night, after killing monsters, my account level was raised again, so it's time for new skills to be released. When the experience bar is full, switch back to the main interface and the account level will be automatically raised. So this system is very cunning and does not leave any loopholes for players to exploit. Do you want to save all the opportunities to draw skills and then draw hundreds or thousands of rounds at a time after Superman is shipped? No. Skill extraction is an upgrade benefit. You either choose a character to draw immediately or give up this opportunity. You can't take advantage of the loophole to save thousands of rounds and wait for the god level hero to be released before doing it all at once. The main character is still Spider-Man, mainly because this game is more conscientious in some parts, and the skills of the same hero that have been shipped will not be shipped repeatedly. Spider-Man's abilities have been released in a basket, and the so-called proportionally enlarged spider power is still in the pool. That is a monster level arm strength that starts at a guaranteed regular 10 tons and can pull a train with bare hands without a cap. Now that Spider-Man's skill pool is almost exhausted, the chance of getting a product is still quite large, and he is still a little envious. One directional shot plus 4 random shots. Draw. Looking at the light effects on the screen, Chu Cheng's heart was in his throat. Because of the above reasons, he felt that Spider-Man's chance of getting a product was still quite high. He basically has all the main abilities of Spider-Man, and it's ridiculous to get a superpower from this pool that is almost empty. Photography expertise. From Spider-Man. Peter Parker worked for the Daily Bugle to earn a living, and earned money by taking selfies as Spider-Man's photos, so he developed a set of fancy selfie skills that no one can match. Chu Cheng. Just, how can I say it? Suddenly I want to express my sincere greetings to this broken skill pool. Damn it. Chu Cheng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Calm down. Photography is also a great subject, and selfie shooting is becoming more and more important with the upgrading of modern viewfinders. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Besides, aren't there 4 bonuses? Let's see what the bonus is. Chu Cheng. Spider power. From Spider-Gwen. Gwen Stacy in the parallel world has the same ability as Spider-Man. The proportionally enlarged spider power gives her a conventional arm strength of more than 15 tons. When she is determined and focused, her upper limit is immeasurable. Chu Cheng felt like crying or laughing for a moment, and he didn't know what to say. From Spider-Man's almost exhausted skill pool, the one shot that was close to the bottom line was rounded off, and then the random bonus skill of all heroes and all skills pools, which was like finding a needle in a haystack, actually hit the mark by accident. So life is really full of ups and downs, and no one can guess what will happen next. The next 2 shots are more meaningless. They are a combat and a assassination specialization, but to be honest, combat is the least valuable skill in the whole pool. Basically, every street hero is at least a master level combat expert. Not to mention that everyone has won at least 80% of the repetition rate in the pool. If this thing is still a very practical skill in the early stage, then now Chu Cheng has basically got the combat ceiling bat Lali Cassandra's DC version of Dugu and Blessing. In comparison, any other martial arts combat seems to be a bit mediocre and has no practical value. But the last one is a surprise. Self-healing factor. From Wolverine. Wolverine's self-healing factor gives him the ability to be almost immortal, and he can recover from any injury, as long as he is not completely annihilated. Chu Cheng. This is really a good deal. Uncle Wolf's self-healing is almost the benchmark of the self-healing ability in the entire American comics circle, and one of the strongest restorative skills in the industry. Even in the Marvel world where black technology and magic are everywhere, Uncle Wolf's self-healing factor is the ultimate artifact that almost everyone dreams of. It not only makes people invincible, but also makes them immortal. Under the god level, it is infinitely close to immortality. With it, the adamantium alloy skeleton shipped before is not completely for decoration. Now Chu Cheng can basically use the full set, whether he is cost Spider-Man or cost Wolverine. Even if there are 1 or 2 skills missing, it is not a big problem. He now has other substitutes in his rich skill pool. Of course, there is no rush to equip this thing. After all, the alloy skeleton is usually a side effect except when fighting. It not only makes Magneto and the security door become the lifelong enemies of Uncle Wolf, but also makes him insulated from the scale from now on. So if it is not necessary to use the indestructible adamantium claws, Chu Cheng decided to keep this thing in the equipment inventory. But the other 2 new skills have made him unable to hold back. The skills are shipped, and the remaining points and new functions have not been checked yet. He can't wait to equip the spider power and self-healing factor. The skills are applicable in the equipment column, and Chu Cheng immediately feels that his physical fitness has been significantly strengthened. Although his appearance and body shape did not change, he could feel the endless power flowing out of his body. It was a feeling of unprecedented power that he had never experienced before. He even wanted to pull a train to help him. The self-healing factor was a magical skill. The moment he put on the equipment, Chu Cheng not only felt refreshed, but also his myopia caused by years of playing games was instantly restored. No, it was even better than his previous eyesight in his memory. He ran to the window and opened the curtains. He could even see a man hugging a woman in the window of a residential building far away in front of him without the help of equipment. Fuck, he was shown off, so unlucky. In short, it felt like restoring the factory settings. He was completely different. Chu Cheng thought of something and tried to remove the self-healing factor ability in the skill bar and felt the effect. Then he was surprised to find that his condition was still at its peak. His myopia did not return, and the results of the examination on Friday also showed that his physical condition was the best since he was examined by her. This made him even more overjoyed. That's right, the self-healing factor is not an illusion caused by magic, but a real healing. Naturally, it is impossible to say that once the self-healing power disappears, the injuries that have been healed will return again. So even if he only needs to equip this ability for a short moment, even if he immediately removes the equipment and switches to other skills, all injuries and negative effects will be instantly cleared, allowing him to adjust to the best state. It is indeed a magical skill. Even this thing is probably useful even in bed at night. In fact, Chu Cheng had thought about it before. If he equips the physical enhancement skill to operate the high consumption character in the game, wouldn't it be infinite endurance? But unfortunately, the game seems to have thought of this perpetual motion type bug a long time ago. Therefore, after experimental testing, it was found that the enhanced physical fitness given by the skill blessing of the equipment in the game skill bar is not suitable for the consumption when operating the game character. Only the physical enhancement obtained by his repeated consumption and tempering of his body during the game is useful in the process of playing the game. So only in this part, you can't take shortcuts, or you still have to rely on yourself to intensify your training. Then this account upgrade also brought a new system. Chu Cheng clicked on the details page and saw the big name of the new function. His eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. Technology module? Question mark? Chapter 220 Technology Module. Technology Module? Chu Cheng's expression suddenly became a little subtle when he saw these words. Thinking of the American comic game he was playing, and the so-called technology in the American comic circle, it can only be said that those who understand it will understand it. Some people say that Marvel DC movies cannot be called science fiction, but modern mythology, and there is actually a reason for it. The performance in the movie is actually a little more reliable, and the technology module in the original work is really a weird one. The scientific research and development process of American comic bosses is simplified to be a disguised version of locking an elephant in a refrigerator. First, a villain or a problem must appear, and then one or several members of the superhero team will take scientists to the laboratory, and when they come out, a brand new artifact is born. But if you look closely, this module is called technology, not scientific research, so the focus is not on development, but on existing technology. In short, this module brings together various technological capabilities that the heroes in the hero pool have mastered. From the web launcher developed by Spider-Man himself at home to the various unique black technologies mastered by the Master and the Iron Can, the entire module has almost everything. Of course, this new module is different from the previous equipment that was directly drawn from the prize pool. This module is full of technology, that is, drawings, designs and methods, rather than direct finished products. In order to turn technology into finished products, all the elements and materials required for the corresponding equipment in the original work are needed. Obviously, that is often not cheap. Chu Cheng simply swiped through the current technology categories in the module, and when he opened it, he saw a dazzling array of black technologies that made people drool. Iron Man's signature arc reactor technology has a detailed and complete description here. As long as the materials are in place, there are professionals and equipment, and sufficient time and manpower are spent on in-depth research on the technology, it is completely possible to at least imitate a decent low-end version. Not to mention a perfect copy of the arc reactor. Because no matter how thoroughly he understands the technology, he can only try to copy the first generation of reactors before the upgrade. The reactor that Stark used from the Mark 6th armor has added crucial new element. Although Marvel has not yet revealed whether the new element comes from Vibranium or the Cosmic Cube, no matter which one it is exclusive to Marvel and cannot be replicated in this world unless Chu Cheng draws a new element from the pool first. So after Chu Cheng calmed down, he looked carefully at the list and found that many technologies in this module actually have similar problems. either due to the material or some other factors. Without the specific background of Marvel or DC, it cannot be replicated even with detailed instructions. But flipping down the catalog, Chu Cheng found that the technology contributed by Iron Man alone in this module is almost endless. There are too many. This is not only the technology Stark applied to Iron Man's armor, but also many of his other developments. For example, he had developed a large number of weapons for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the original work: unmanned fighters, unmanned mechas, mass-produced S.H.I.E.L.D. exoskeletons, jet backpacks, cloaking devices, energy weapons, etc. In other words, it is only a B-level pool at present. Otherwise the time and space machines in the later movies would all be tossed out by Stark. So when Iron Man is unlocked in the subsequent higher level pool, Chu Cheng has no doubt that the time machine may have to be added to this list. By then, the atmosphere will definitely become even more mysterious. If you encounter trouble, just ask Iron Man for help. If you rob the time machine by hand, will you be afraid? I wonder what the expression of the lunatic asylum will be at that time. Another point is that this technology module is different from the equipment drawn from the prize pool. The weapons shipped in the prize pool have both advantages and limitations. Up to now, the equipment drawn from the prize pool still belongs to the game equipment system in nature. Similar to skills, they are all items bound to the player and can only be equipped and used by the player himself. The advantage is that these drawn equipment will automatically repair after a period of time after being damaged, and consumable equipment such as darts will refresh themselves after a period of time after being used. But you can't give them to others, nor can you use them for other things such as smelting them into materials for development. Because they are basically weapons and equipment in traditional games, they can only be used to do what they are programmed to do. And this new technology module is different. Because what appears here is not game equipment, but real technology. As long as you master the technology, you can use it to restore the technology in various original works. It has nothing to do with the game system and there are no restrictions. But it requires materials, money, manpower and material resources, and a very large amount of resources. Whether it is Iron Man or Batman, both of them are conceptual tycoons, and it is meaningless to discuss their wealth level. They can be as rich as the plot requires. The money they have invested in their superhero toys is astronomical. If you have a normal worldview and do a little statistics, you will find that their tycoons are simply the kind that the economic system cannot bear. It is a number that normal rich people dare not even dream of. So Chu Cheng is definitely not comparable to such conceptual tycoons. At this time, his situation is that the technology he is facing is like an extremely huge gold mine. If it can be fully excavated, it will directly promote the progress of a civilization. But the problem is that it is really too big, so big that ordinary people can't dig it at all. Fortunately, Chu Cheng already has an idea about this. That was his original idea, and it was about to take the next stage. It was just that he had originally planned to accumulate strength for a while before entering the next stage, but this functional upgrade gave him more chips, allowing him to speed up his pace. This upgrade can undoubtedly be regarded as a major update, but in the excitement, he did not forget the routine. Hero lottery. This is still his simplest and most direct way to improve his field force. Stronger heroes with richer abilities not only enable him to obtain stronger combat power that can be directly operated, but also a means for him to obtain more powerful personal skills. Now with the new function, it is the main way for him to upgrade his technology. Then just continue to draw cards. Of course, he has experienced the nature of the B-level pool a lot, and he is fully prepared for things that are meaningless. After having the B-level pool, he dare not touch the lottery button casually without accumulating 30 or 50 rounds. Otherwise he is afraid that his mentality will collapse easily if he collects too many Hulk pants. This time, the meaning of the draw is still unclear, and things like menu passports are out. The first hero to be shipped, or anti-hero, is also quite powerful. Venom. Originally a villain of Spider-Man, and later gradually evolved into an anti-hero. The black and slimy alien symbiote, in the original work, first came to Earth and possessed Spider-Man, then turned to possess Deadpool, and then possessed the familiar Venom host Eddie Brock. At first, it was set to copy all of Spider-Man's abilities and be stronger than the original, but later some of its abilities were changed to make the character more distinctive. For example, in the early days, it used spider silk as a weapon almost the same as Spider-Man, but later it preferred to use tentacles with similar effects. Although it is different, and is an enhanced deluxe version, in essence, the ability panel of Spider-Man related characters is similar. So it feels like poking a spider's nest. However, Venom has a fatal weakness, afraid of light and noise, which makes Thor basically the natural enemy of their entire race, the kind of rat sees a cat. If it was released earlier, it would be a very powerful hero first choice, but it is not very prominent in Chu Cheng's current hero pool. Chu Cheng quickly classified him into the hero list option of the second substitute team. For him, the second tier heroes are basically heroes that can be considered for deployment to other cities, or heroes that stay in the Jiangdu base camp when the main force is not there. Heroes of this level also need to have quite strong personal combat power, but they are still a little behind the first tier heroes, and are often not his first choice for field work. The next thing that caught Chu Cheng's attention was not a powerful hero, but equipment. His eyes widened at the moment of delivery, and he once wondered if he had seen it wrong or misunderstood it. Because if this is really what he saw at first glance, then this may be the strongest and most valuable equipment he has ever shipped from the pool. The Justice League Watchtower. Chapter 221 Watchtower. Chu Cheng. The Watchtower is definitely familiar to DC fans. As the iconic headquarters of the DC Justice League, this thing must have gathered all the good things from the gods. It is the ultimate creation of science and magic. It is well known that any base flying in the sky is either a spinning top that needs to be beaten, or afraid of heights. One day, it will not escape the fate of falling. Even the Watchtower, where the gods gather, cannot escape this curse, but compared with its peers, this thing is already awesome. It's not that it has never fallen, but considering the strength of the enemies it faces, the number of attacks it receives, and the frequency of falling, its performance is quite impressive. Of course, this is inseparable from the fact that all the gods stationed in its headquarters are gods who can ignore the laws and rewrite the basic theorems. But in addition to this, the excellent technical level of the fortification itself is of course very important. The watchtowers in different periods and different worldviews also have different strengths. In its more powerful period, the Watchtower was almost a space battleship with an indestructible energy shield and magic spells that could block attacks, teleportation, and mental abilities. The sonic boom channel opened by the Apocalypse artifact mother box allows it to jump to any corner of the universe or even outside the universe at any time. You have to know that this is the technology used by the real gods in the DC worldview. Even if the Justice League has only tapped the tip of the iceberg of the potential of the mother box, it is enough to make the curvature engine used by ordinary aliens look extremely stupid. In addition, the Watchtower is equipped with a weapon system that brings together various alien technologies, and it was once equipped with a main gun that can target planets. The main gun of the Watchtower once blasted away an entire city with one shot. The upper limit of power is unknown. It is only known that even Superman was unconscious for a long time after taking one shot. However, just like the daily erratic strength of American comic heroes, the Watchtower, as the headquarters of the classic superhero, has inherited this characteristic. In general, it is a headquarters that is sometimes powerful and sometimes weak. It is very strong in terms of setting. There have been highlights and MVPs, but there have also been times when the system is completely offline and people casually sneak in. Although the Watchtower that Chu Cheng is currently shipping is not the gyroscope that needed to be beaten in orbit during its worst period, it does not carry all the weapons during its peak period. There is no main gun for fixed point strikes and a mother box that allows it to jump freely between stars. But this is normal. After all, it is designed to be a base of the Justice League rather than a battleship, and most of the time it stays on the surface and does not run around. The above are not considered regular configurations of the Watchtower. Seeing Chu Cheng's eyes shining as he looked at the details page on the screen, Friday smiled and asked beside him, "Sir, do you want to go up and take a look in person?" Can I?" Chu Cheng hesitated. "If I summon this equipment, will it The watchtower is such a big thing, it's impossible to ring the doorbell and ask him to check it out, right? Of course, the watchtower is a space equipment and can only be summoned in space. Friday introduced, when you choose to summon, you can freely choose an area in the Earth's orbit to deploy it. Well, will it be discovered by others? For example, the military satellite of the Earth star? If you want to be discovered, Friday said with a smile, but if you want to keep a low profile, of course it is impossible. After all, this is an Alliance satellite. Chu Cheng thought about it, and it was true. At certain times on DC Earth, all human governments and people did not know about the existence of the watchtower. They all thought that the headquarters of the Justice League was the Hall of Justice on Earth, but they did not know that the hall was just a cover, and the real core technology and combat areas of the League were all secretly set up on the watchtower. The watchtower was mainly funded by the representative local tyrants of DC. Green Lantern and Wonder Woman participated in the design, and Martian Manhunter was mainly responsible for the construction. Its core technology not only includes Wayne's black technology, but also mixes with DC Hawkman's home planet Nagano technology, Mars technology, the Cosmic Policeman Green Lantern's OA technology, Krypton technology from Superman's Freedom Fortress, Apocalypse technology from Cyborg and the Mother Box, and the magic blessing of the mysterious side boss of the Justice League. So this is not only the black technology on Earth, but also in the universe of the DC world. Compared with various alien races, its level is definitely not inferior. Forget it, I won't go up there myself. For a moment, he also thought about moving up there and staying there. Anyway, he is now a full-time Fountain Commander who never leaves home. Going to the watchtower to play games at home with a larger space and better facilities is definitely more comfortable than staying on the ground. The only thing that makes people feel uneasy is that this thing is essentially an airbase. There is a saying that the higher you fly, the harder you fall, and whenever some monsters and demons emerge from the alien planet, this small gyroscope floating in the low Earth orbit is always the first to bear the brunt, and often the opponent's people have not even reached the atmosphere. The small gyroscope has been hit first. Considering that the current warning they received was that the Earth pole star might also be facing some kind of extraterrestrial crisis, the enemy's strength and technical level were completely unknown, and the watchtower might not be able to withstand it. Chu Cheng decided not to go up for the time being. What if he, the commander, was killed by the alien ancient god in the fountain before the battle even started? That would be an avalanche. Pick a place on the orbit for me, Friday, and release it to sea. Chu Cheng said. Okay, sir. The best release area has been planned. Select summon directly. The game screen suddenly changed, and the screen switched to the universe, and the perspective was pulled outside the Earth pole star. A huge interstellar fortress emerged out of thin air, and the silver-white space station was like a sword standing between the stars, suspended under the endless starry sky. The watchtower has been summoned, and the current altitude is 35,000 kilometers above the ground. Friday said, I'm trying to access the watchtower's access rights. I need your permission, sir. Chu Cheng clicked on the watchtower details in the equipment column, and sure enough, he saw the access application prompt that popped up. He clicked the permission button. Then he switched to the hero selection interface, and chose Batman to log into the game. So how do I get up? Fly up with the Batwing? That's an option. You just need to open an entrance on the shield when the Batwing arrives. Friday paused. Or, you can directly lock Batman's coordinates and log in directly using the Justice League's teleportation system. Chu Cheng's eyes lit up. Wait, we have a teleportation system now? The teleportation device, which is an instant teleportation device, is also one of the representative black technologies of the Justice League Watchtower. It is a regular standard, and not an unconventional weapon for special periods. Chu Cheng quickly found the teleportation device on the details page, and checked the instructions. The surprise is that this device has no personnel restrictions. He can choose anyone at any coordinates on the entire Earth star and teleport the specific object directly into the watchtower. It's just that this is a bit like the return to the city skill in MOBA games. The reading bar is a bit long, and you can't move or leave the designated area during the reading bar, otherwise the teleportation will be interrupted. And like all the systems of the watchtower, including weapons and defenses, the key to open the teleportation device is also in Chu Cheng's hand. Because this is also a finished product, and not something built by a technical module, it is essentially a game equipment, and is bound to Chu Cheng personally. In other words, Chu Cheng is the only captain of this ship, and has the highest authority. It cannot be transferred or traded. The target of the transmission is selected. Batman, who was staying on a roof in the picture, was quickly enveloped by a burst of white light. His whole body became illusory and transparent, blending into a part of the white light, and suddenly shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the next moment, the light fell on the transmission platform of the watchtower like a waterfall. Batman was already standing on the metal platform, with his cape flying behind him. Chapter 222. It's time to prepare for diplomacy. After landing at the watchtower headquarters, Chu Cheng couldn't wait to operate Batman, to wander around inside the watchtower, explore the internal facilities, and quickly become familiar with the various modules. The more he learned, the more surprises he found in the headquarters of the Justice League. Originally, he thought that the design concept of the Justice League watchtower itself focused on defense rather than attack, so before landing, he thought that the biggest highlight was probably its defensive performance as an aerial fortress, and the other was the black technology transmission system, and he had basically no expectations for combat capabilities. After all, the Justice League itself is positioned as the shield and guardian of the Earth, so even though their headquarters has gathered so many systems of alien technology, they have not focused on the development of weapons and equipment. But what Chu Cheng didn't expect was that even without deliberately strengthening the weapons and facilities, the combat effectiveness of the watchtower itself was still surprising. The first is its automatic interception system. The interior of the watchtower is equipped with turrets and robots with powerful firepower, which is enough to deal with most supervillains who try to sneak in. And it has the most advanced alarms and sensors, which can counter all known unauthorized teleportation, invisibility and other technologies and superpowers, and has spells to block external magic intrusion. After all, the security module is under the charge of the infiltration master Batman. He personally conducted multiple infiltration tests when designing it, plugging all the weaknesses and loopholes that he could consider to be exploited every time, and tested it until he was sure that the system was infinitely close to perfection. Therefore, even if Batman himself wanted to invade the watchtower from the outside, it would be almost impossible without using the back door he had reserved in advance. There is nothing to say about this. Since you give the design of a fortification to Batman, you can't expect him not to leave a back door, both in hardware and software. This is just the inside, and the outside of the watchtower is also equipped with anti-attack weapons. Although there are no interstellar weapons for active invasion, it is also equipped with strong defensive firepower. It is not enough to fight against the alien fleet, but it is still a bit beyond its ability. After all, when aliens come, the Justice League often goes to fight in person, and the automatic turrets are still a bit insufficient. But there is absolutely no pressure to crush the Earth army. Any conventional human army definitely does not have the military strength to take down the watchtower alone. What is even more surprising is that Chu Cheng also found a lot of Justice League shuttles in the hangar. After all, the watchtower is a space station. Although most of the time the members rely on the teleportation array to go back and forth, even if it is just to prevent the teleportation array from failing or for maintenance, shuttles that can carry out space operations are of course indispensable. Well, although most of the members of the Justice League can actually fight in outer space in the flesh and fly faster than airplanes, for the sake of the friendly atmosphere within the team and to take care of the emotions of the sponsor, everyone generally we all know who can't fly, but we don't say it. So this shuttle may seem a bit redundant to the gods of the Justice League, but it is definitely a surprise to Chu Cheng. He entered the relevant module and took a look at the introduction. Even in the DC universe, the space technology of the Earthlings is not advanced enough, so the space shuttle of the Justice League is mainly borrowed from the technology of Superman's Fortress of Solitude. It is based on the prototype of the Kryptonian reconnaissance spaceship, which can fight in outer space and fly in the atmosphere. It is only equipped with the most basic expulsion firepower. Reconnaissance ship. Basic firepower. It sounds not very good, but you have to know that this is based on the standards of Krypton. What kind of gods are the Kryptonians? Even in the movie worldview, they have been interstellar travel like a toy 18,000 years ago. There are their outposts and space stations everywhere in the universe. There is even a reconnaissance ship that has arrived on Earth, and it was dug out after being frozen under the ice for 18,000 years, and it is still as good as new. In the movie, the energy weapon of General Zod's spaceship can make even Superman fall down after being hit by one, so you can imagine how powerful it is. In other words, the Kryptonians have advanced technology but poor brains. In the original work, they clearly had the technology to leave their home planet, but they suddenly enacted a law to ban interstellar travel, trapping their entire race on their dying home planet. Then Superman's father warned people that his crystal was about to explode and suggested that everyone run away. He was also labeled as a rumor monger and no one believed him. Even the spaceship that Superman used to escape was secretly built by his father. So it is estimated that the brain of this Kryptonian will stop working when there are too many teammates. It may be racial inheritance. No wonder Superman has a super brain, but has to rely on the external brain Batman to fight in a team. So the master is lucky to only take a Kryptonian who forgets his brain at home. Superman's father is miserable. The whole planet is full of stupid teammates. They are trapped. These shuttles are not only for reconnaissance, but also reproduced with the technology in the Fortress of Solitude. Of course, they can't be compared with the genuine Kryptonian army, but putting them here is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. This also makes Chu Cheng more confident, and he has more trump cards to face enemies from outer space. By the way, the appearance of the Watchtower has added so many different systems of technology. So what about the technology module in the game? Thinking of this, Chu Cheng returned to the main interface and visited the technology module again. As expected, he was surprised to find that the technology reserves have been expanded. It's not just the emergence of more technology and more equipment, but more importantly, the expansion of the system. Now he has seen the Kryptonian technology system that was not available before in the list. Although the technology used in the Watchtower is only a very insignificant tip of the iceberg for the entire system, it is also a part of the technology of a powerful alien civilization that was once glorious. But he also quickly realized that, even if this part of the technology exists, it would be much more difficult to replicate it in reality. After all, it is completely alien technology, which is likely to be completely different from the human technology system from the bottom up, and even if you want to copy it, you can't copy it. Even Batman, who specializes in stealing technology in the technology tree, has rarely stolen Kryptonian technology for so many years, but occasionally borrowed some Kryptonian ideas from the technology of the Fortress of Solitude. In addition, it can be imagined that the technological development of Kryptonians must be inseparable from the materials unique to their planet, among which there should be many elements that cannot be found on the Earth star, and those may also be the basis for technological development. Therefore, this kind of alien technology can only be used as a reference and inspiration, and it is obviously not as easy to replicate as the technology of Iron Man and Batman. However, this also reminds Chu Cheng that not only heroes, but also the equipment shipped, can expand the technical reserves of the corresponding modules. This made him even more curious about the technology module, so he spent a lot of time to carefully look through the other technologies. Then he found out even more unexpectedly that it was not necessary for heroes who relied on technology and equipment to have a place in the technology module. Some other heroes also had one. For example, Captain America. The corresponding technology list for this hero actually had the super soldier serum that countless people in the underworld and white world in the Marvel world yearn for. Chu Cheng was out of control at the time. There was even a serum for mutant heroes. He continued to flip down, and even continued to see that there was a design plan for the genetically modified spider that gave Spider-Man magical powers. Damn, doesn't it mean that, as long as you can copy the drug, you can copy Spider-Man? But after calming down and checking the instructions, he found that it was not the case. The birth of Spider-Man was both an accident and a coincidence. There was a very small chance that Peter Parker became Spider-Man after being bitten, and patches were applied in multiple versions, including the Amazing Spider-Man, adding that the mutant spider was designed by Peter's father, and his own genetic code was used as a key during development. So if Peter didn't happen to have the same part of the gene, if someone else was bitten by the spider, the greater possibility would be that they would be directly poisoned and killed. In fact, most mutant heroes have similar restrictions. After all, American comic screenwriters themselves have to consider that each hero maintains their own characteristics and cannot let them be easily mass-produced and copied. For example, Spider-Man was bitten, the Hulk was irradiated by gamma radiation, and Captain America was transformed by serum. This is already a relatively high success rate, but there are still huge risks. So although it seems that there are many choices, in fact, most of the technologies are not mature and do not have the conditions to be used. Of course, even so, he still found some examples of ability applications from the list that would drive the world crazy once they were taken out. For example, Wolverine's self-healing factor. This is definitely at the forefront of the superpowers that all the big guys on Marvel Earth are salivating over. It's just that many people have tried, and black technology giants such as S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, AIM, etc. have tried, but few people have really succeeded in copying this ability. Occasionally, those who succeeded also managed to extract the raw materials directly from Uncle Wolf's body, and Chu Cheng obviously did not have such raw materials for development on the Earth Star. However, some byproducts have appeared in the Wolverine comics. Self-healing potion. It is not a raw material that directly extracts the self-healing factor from Wolverine's body, but a man-made self-healing factor that is successfully replicated by studying and imitating the operating mechanism of his self-healing ability, relying entirely on raw materials produced on the Earth. It is just a semi-finished product, and once it is injected into the human body, it will fail in a very short time. But in this short moment before failure, the self-healing factor is almost enough to repair all the damage to the human body and restore it to its best condition. It can even achieve the regeneration of broken limbs and forced life extension. Most diseases within the scope of human knowledge can be killed by Wolverine's self-healing power in the short time when the potion takes effect. It is a universal potion that cures everything. In the game, this may be a classic red potion that simply restores full health and clears negative states. But in reality, you can imagine with your feet what kind of impact such technology will have on the world, and what kind of madness it will make people fall into. After spending almost an entire afternoon flipping through the technology list, Chu Cheng knew that he was really ready for the next stage now. Or it should be said that he should enter the next stage. The emergence of the technology module made him feel pressured. He urgently needed a huge amount of funds and resources to turn some exciting things into reality. The list was too huge. Even if he just looked at the index, he only browsed it roughly. After spending the whole afternoon, Chu Cheng closed the list interface and exited to the hero selection part. "Sir?" Friday asked. "Help me prepare." Friday. Chu Cheng leaned back in his chair. "I feel the time is almost right. It's time to prepare to establish diplomacy." Chapter 223. Here I come. So, the white-haired old man in a black suit sat at the other end of the conference table, looking at the people in the madhouse across the table with a somewhat scrutinizing gaze. "Are you telling us that aliens are already on the way?" The old man's name is Zidane Wright, an old man who has joined the most powerful club on the Earth Pole Star. In addition to his regular position, he has recently been given a special responsibility, which is to supervise and be responsible for the actions and details of the Special Service Section 9. Li Changcheng's incident made them realize that the Special Service Section 9 had too many privileges and too high a degree of freedom before, so that no one noticed that the upper level was addicted to leaks and rottenness. This made the upper level consider the new director again and again, and could not finalize it, and set up a special supervision department to inquire about the details. Also, because there was no director, this meeting was attended by several senior officials of Section 9 at the same time. To be precise, the intelligence we've received describes them as gods, something that may be beyond our imagination. Minister Shi Jinqiang said, "There are signs that we may not be able to cope with it with our current means. And the reason you believe all this Zidane did not hide his irritation and questioning attitude. Is it all because of the one-sided statement of an alien you call ancient? She gave a lot of details, many of which can be found in the ruins we are currently excavating. It was Professor Miyazaki who spoke this time. Based on what she said, we conducted a lot of comparisons from the excavated ruins and verified the authenticity of most of the content. Those ruins and antiquities related to the ancients, especially the infection-related evidence, to contain many traces that prove the existence of gods other than the ancients. There are also some other records and clues that we have never thought about in that direction before. But now looking back at those old clues from a new perspective guided by the ancients, we do find that they match what she said. So yes, I think the alien gods it mentioned are very likely to exist. But there is no indication that it will become a threat to us, said Zidane. Yes, we have only managed to prove that these things do exist, but the only thing that indicates they might threaten the Earth star is the one-sided statement of the Ancient One and the fact that the source of infection has indeed been awakening on a large scale in the past year. And just because of this unfounded possibility, you have made huge resource requests, even more exaggerated than what your Special Service Section 9 has ever received. Zidane frowned. Have you seen the application yourself? Professor Miyazaki? Do you know what the resources you are asking for are worth when integrated? In terms of resisting foreign invasion and saving this planet, we have tried our best to be conservative. It's just that you think there might be enemies, but maybe it's just a conspiracy theory, or maybe you are using it as an excuse to deceive us into investing more funds. Zidane said bluntly, but I need to emphasize again that the performance of Section 9 so far, given that we have already invested so much money, not good enough, we know. Professor Miyazaki shrugged, but I must also emphasize that the ancients we have faced so far, they are just ancient Earth star creatures that have touched the extraordinary seeds, but even so we have seen what they can do. If the source of their power really appears. Zidane wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man sitting next to him. I think Professor Miyazaki is right. We do need to consider the possibility of invasion. Chaping Dong is also a member of this temporary supervision team. Compared with his colleague Zidane, his tone and attitude are relatively gentle, but he still pointed out the problem bluntly. But it is also true that the performance of the Special Service Section 9 has not been satisfactory so far. The plan you proposed can be considered, but it still needs to be evaluated and reviewed. Zidane continued bluntly. Before that, I think before the unfounded problem of the outer space, Section 9 should have other more urgent problems. But so far we have not received any reports on the relevant progress. We have sent a team to check the address mentioned by the captured ancient, but its companions are no longer there. But we did find evidence that 3 ancients had been there. This time it was the Minister of Operations Hercules who answered. His voice was dull but powerful. We are still searching for their specific whereabouts. The captured Ancient One explained the action patterns of the 3 companions, and it shouldn't be long before. No, this part is of course also important, but that's not what I'm talking about. Zidane interrupted him and said coldly, you know what I mean. As he spoke, he signaled his assistant at the side of the conference room. The assistant operated twice on the terminal in his hand, and a projection screen suddenly appeared in the middle of the conference table, showing a clear picture image. A series of separated pictures. The frozen shots are Batman in action, the Spider-Man duo in the Ace Air combat, the Batwing doing stunts with anti-physics movements, Iron Man pushing the giant wheel, and the Iron Army of the Ancient Ones in the air combat. Obviously, these are all prepared materials in advance, and he came prepared. A mysterious force is gaining momentum, and a group of masked illegal organizations with super technology and extraordinary power are operating under our noses. Zidane said sternly, their origins, identities, and purposes. These should have been your responsibilities and your tasks. But what do you know now? Nothing. Is this the answer you gave at a huge cost? To a certain extent, there is nothing wrong with this statement. I'm used to the asylum. It feels quite comfortable to have people come in and out all day long. I know to change my position after being patted. But others are different. A group of guys with amazing abilities and even more amazing skills. A completely unknown force. come and go in the territory that originally belonged to them, as if it were their own backyard. Unless they have been trained to the point, they will have to resist, even if it is just a formality. The other party's capabilities and technologies are superior to ours, and they are impossible to track and locate. The speaker was Minister Shi of the Equipment Department, who was also the first person in the madhouse to play badly. And all signs currently indicate that they have no hostility, and they have behaved very friendly so far. Of course, we have never given up the willingness to negotiate and understand each other, but it must be based on friendship. Because as we all know, their strength is immeasurable, and if we act too radically and cross the line, they have invaded our territory, our world, and are wielding extremely dangerous weapons in our world. Tell me, Minister Shi, if a new neighbor moves into your community and you know nothing about him, and you happen to know that there is a nuclear bomb buried in his basement that could explode at any time, what would you do? It is necessary to understand the situation, but Minister Shi's point of view also makes sense. Chaping Dong on the side added, if they are friendly, we'd better keep it this way. But Zidane continued to answer his own questions. No, at this time you would contact the relevant departments to ensure that your neighbor's nuclear weapons are under control, so that you can sleep peacefully, and this is exactly what I want. You want more resources? Yes, but there is a condition. I need to know who they are, no masks, no tricks, no concealment, and find out everything about where they came from and what they are planning. Only this way. He only said half of the sentence and swallowed the second half abruptly, with his eyes wide open and a wow expression. It was almost the same reaction as everyone else in the conference room when they saw the scene in front of them. Just in front of all of them, in the center of the conference table, a phantom appeared out of thin air. The light was distorted unnaturally, like transparent waves rolling through the space, and then a red and gold steel body appeared in front of everyone, as if it had been refreshed out of thin air. Iron Man Armor Mark 16th, codenamed Nightclub, the stealth armor of the Iron Man series. He stood in the middle of the room, looking through the cold steel mask at the old man behind the table in front of him, with his mouth wide open in fear and shock. I heard someone wants to see me. A mechanized, cold and strange voice came from the speaker under the steel helmet. I'm here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Invitation. 1 hour ago. We need a high profile entry. Chu Cheng's hero selection lockbox swiped across the hero pool list. Of course, when he said we, he still meant the hero character instead of himself. In short, he would never do anything in person. The heroes in the hero pool could do almost anything for him through a remote control. Then on Friday, help me pick out the first batch of technologies. Chu Cheng thought for a while and said, of course, be careful not to use real things. It's best to start with civilian technology, such as energy development, hardware optimization, high-tech algorithms, biomedicine, etc. Focus on choosing some toys that make them feel invaluable from a technical point of view and can directly benefit as many people as possible, but don't give them too dangerous toys. After all, we don't want to see others flying around an Iron Man or Batwing, right? In the final analysis, he just wants resources, huge industrial facilities and material resources, to develop the black technology in the pool, or even to build a whole set of Iron Legions tailored for himself in reality. But this is based on the premise that the gun is in his own hand. In fact, Iron Man and Batman did this. Stark has countless black technologies, and his weapons and equipment have become more and more advanced since he created the Iron Man armor. But he said he would not sell arms, and the equipment would only be used by himself, while Stark Company is only committed to transforming human life in all aspects, and promoting the development of technologies that can directly benefit the public. Because Stark clearly realized that the so-called arms deal is a one-time deal. You either do it or not, but you can't decide who your gun will be sold to. Once he lets the weapons flow into the market, there will always be idiots who try to get them. This is why he insisted on not handing over the Iron Man technology to the end despite the pressure from the country and the army, because no matter which world you are in, you can't expect humans who have dangerous toys to make rational choices. Okay, sir. Friday tilted his head and thought for a while, but I think our goal is to strengthen the world's overall resistance to foreign enemies? What? No, that's for them. Chu Cheng thought for a while. Well, okay, in terms of the final result, yes. But humans, how should I put it? It's very complicated. You can never trust them casually. The only reason that makes me think they are trustworthy is that our guns are bigger and much bigger, so we have to continue to ensure this. If you hand a gun to a fool, don't expect him to talk to you like a normal person. Okay, sir, I understand. Friday is a smart intelligence. She understood the meaning, but then chuckled. But sir, I think your worries are unnecessary. Why? Chu Cheng looked at her strangely. I think you don't know much about the development of science and technology, right? This cannot be refuted. After all, he is just a gamer. His imagination of the development of science and technology basically comes from movies and novels. What alien spaceships crashed into the earth, and humans picked them up and tossed around for a few days until the technology level took off directly on the spot. Friday continued, the development of science and technology cannot be achieved overnight as you just imagined. The birth of a new technology alone requires elites in related fields to conduct a lot of learning and spend a lot of effort to master the relevant knowledge. This is true in the fields of software, hardware, and biology. When people encounter bottlenecks in a certain field, it may take more than 10 years for someone to try to push the existing research forward one step. Then people will spend another 10 years conducting in-depth research in all directions based on that step, and a large number of papers will appear. Until the relevant technology is fully mastered on that foundation, this field will have the possibility of moving forward one step. She paused and smiled. Take Iron Man technology for example. Even the Mark II prototype used by Mr. Stark for experiments has made countless breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, hardware chips, materials science, aerodynamics, energy and many other fields, based on the existing human foundation. The breakthroughs in many fields are completely out of touch with existing technology. Even if you let me compile all the technologies of Iron Man armor into a paper and give it to today's human beings, no one can copy it. Chu Cheng pondered for a moment. You mean? Yes, sir, your worries are unnecessary. Even if we hand over all the existing technologies, it is impossible to have any qualitative improvement in human strength in the foreseeable future for a long time. In other words, this basically cuts off the possibility of technology leakage from the root, because the world is not prepared to welcome this level of technology. By the time they develop to that point, Chu Cheng may have shipped Dr. Manhattan 800 years ago, not to mention Superman. Oh, if it's like this again, that's great. Chu Cheng thought for a moment and said, but the principle I just said remains unchanged. We don't take risks, so we shouldn't hand over real guns to them, understand? Of course, as you wish, sir. 1 hour later. Now, stealth technology, which basically remains in the imagination stage in reality, is no longer a novelty in the Marvel universe. There are many people and forces who master this technology. For example, the floating carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. is equipped with complete stealth technology, and even every Quinjet fighter they mass-produced can be perfectly invisible. Even the individual equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents occasionally appears in equipment that can achieve personal stealth effects. Therefore, for Stark, who is at the forefront of technology, this technology is naturally child's play. The Mark 16 nightclub armor is a battlesuit designed for stealth. However, in order to pursue the stealth effect as much as possible, the nightclub armor is not equipped with any additional weapons, only basic recoil pulse cannons. Therefore, in the movie, when Iron Man put on this suit and fought against Killian, the desperate warrior, he was quickly torn apart by the opponent's bare hands. So although the movie performance seems a bit lame, the nightclub is not a combat armor after all, and its real specialty is hiding. Just like now. The moment this thing refreshed in the conference room out of thin air, almost everyone in the room had cardiopulmonary arrest. The guards around raised their guns reflexively and loaded them at the first time, with countless guns pointed at Iron Man's suit. Everyone at the conference table was almost dumbfounded. What is this place? One of the safest places in the world. The most important place among the important places. Those who work in this building are all important figures on the Earth star. All the invisible corners of the building are almost filled with security systems, and the most advanced technological facilities are matched with the best expert guards. However, the reality is that such a guy who is almost super lethally armed from head to toe not only successfully sneaked in, but also refreshed out of thin air in this conference room, where there is strict access control even inside. He directly rode on the faces of these key figures. What kind of technology is this? The people present were not stupid either. They also realized instantly that, if the other party did not show up in front of them to greet them, but opened fire without anyone noticing, would their entire conference room have been blown up. Furthermore, with this technology and ability, does it mean that, if the other party wants to kill anyone on this planet quietly, it is as easy as taking something out of a bag? Just thinking about it makes people's hair stand on end, and it makes people shudder without thinking about it. Looking at the red and gold Iron Man in front of them, they feel even more horrified. In contrast, Iron Man behaved quite calmly. He did not even look at the circle of guns pointed at him, and said, "Okay, gentlemen, we are all civilized people, don't use knives and guns. It would be bad if the guns accidentally went off and hurt people. So why don't we put away the guns and have a good chat?" The guards did not move, just waiting for instructions in a bit of confusion. "Put down your weapons." Captain Hercules waved his hand. If he wanted to, we would all be dead now. And when they say accidental discharge of a gun hurts someone, it's obvious to everyone present which side was hurt. Recently, this guy called Iron Man has been making a lot of noise all over the world, and it's hard not to know him. After seeing the various outrageous performances of this red and gold Iron Man, no one would be naive enough to think that their guns can pose any threat. Minister Hercules' words are not exaggerated at all. If the other party wanted to sneak in so quietly, this whole building might have become history. Iron Man's eyes fell on the old man named Zidane. "It seems that you think we have something to talk about. Being stared at by an unknown humanoid weapon that can burn you to ashes with just a finger raised, and you might have just been talking back to him and been heard. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be scared to death by now. But Zidane is in a high position after all, and his vision and determination are beyond ordinary people. Yes, we sincerely thank you for the help you have provided for this planet, and for all mankind. I have heard reports from others, and they said that, if it were not for your and your organization's great help, there would be countless consequences that would be disastrous. But as you know, we currently know very little about your organization. But there is intelligence that the enemies that appear in the future will become stronger and stronger, and the battles will become more and more difficult. We also very much hope to work better with your organization in the future and fight side by side. So I think that, if we can exchange information with each other and deepen our understanding, it should help to establish a better cooperative relationship and more tacit cooperation." Obviously, the old man's words were a 180-degree turn from his attitude just now said in private. He was not so polite before. Chu Cheng guessed that this should be related to the pressure of the Iron Man armor riding on his face. Sure enough, the old saying was verified again. Fitness is to make idiots talk to you calmly. I'm glad we have reached a consensus. Yes, that's why I came here today. The mechanized voice continued to come from under the Iron Man armor. We have a lot of information to exchange, and I think it will be a very long conversation. So, he paused. It has been decided within the alliance that we can have a good chat. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. You mean a formal meeting? Chaping Dang asked cautiously. Of course, it will be at this time tomorrow, and the meeting place has been sent to you. Iron Man said easily. Don't worry, it's just a friendly exchange. It's exactly what you want, isn't it? As he said this, he glanced at Zidane intentionally or unintentionally. The old man's face was unmoved, but his body moved a little uneasily. However, Iron Man quickly retracted his gaze. Okay, then I believe you have also received the invitation letter. Then it's settled. Don't be late. After saying this, without giving others a chance to reply, the red and gold armor had become transparent again, and the edges and corners were blurred, until it disappeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. Stealth mode is back online. It is not a sleight of hand, not a trick to divert attention. It just disappeared out of thin air under the wide-eyed gaze of everyone in the room. A group of people's eyes almost popped out of their heads, but they couldn't make any clues. No matter from which angle, it felt like he had disappeared from the face of the earth. So naturally, some people turned their attention to the only expert in the room, Minister Shi. At this time, Minister Shi was also staring at the place where Iron Man disappeared with a ridiculous expression. But when he noticed that others were looking at him, he immediately put away his shocked expression, coughed lightly, waved his hand, and showed an expression of calm down. Calm down. This is very common. Everyone. Chaping Dan pondered for a moment and stood up. Today's meeting ends here. We have a more important meeting to go to. Chapter 225. Scared away. They are holding an emergency meeting, sir. Friday showed the screen in front of Chu Cheng, and the screen showed a top secret meeting urgently held between the top leaders. Of course, it was not so top secret in front of the fifth sister. It seems that they have reached an agreement to prepare for peaceful negotiations. Next, they are going to finalize the candidates for negotiations with us. At present, no one should have extra thoughts. Friday reported, I will continue to pay attention, sir. Very good. In the meantime, let's continue to do something else. Although we are preparing to enter a new stage with great fanfare, we must not fall behind in daily practice. We can't run for the experience we should have, and we still have to brush the levels we should brush. No matter what plan or development route we take, more and stronger heroes are still the foundation. Okay, sir. I have a few new situations here. Please see which one you want to deal with first. Friday said and switched the screen. New task options appeared on the screen. The first is still Hu Cheng. Lawyer Ma and Cassandra have been active in Hu Cheng for a while. During this period, Daredevil specialized in street crimes and Bat Lali specialized in dealing with top-level killers. With the cooperation of the two, the crime rate in Hu Cheng was decreasing at a visible rate, and the name of the Red Passer Demon was getting louder and louder. Ordinary criminals have become cowardly. After the defeat of Black Sun, killers from other organizations weighed their own weight and dared to come to Hu Cheng to cause trouble. The refresh rate of Hu Cheng's branch lines is falling sharply compared with before. Chu Cheng is already considering leaving Kassan in Hu Cheng and taking Lawyer Ma to the next experienced new city to open up Wasteland. There are currently two optional branch lines. One is a suspicious point triggered by Lawyer Ma in Hu Cheng, and the other is still from the Black Sun organization. But this broken organization has died from the leader to the elite, and it feels like this may be the last wave of wool that can be plucked. Last time, you asked me to pay attention to the headquarters of Black Sun. I integrated the information found from the killer's contact network and marked 3 possible locations. Friday said, maybe you would like to arrange for Deathstroke to take a look. Okay. Chu Cheng also felt that it was about time to finish off this gang of killers. However, he did not plan to destroy the idiot. On the contrary, he sent Death Bell to prepare for a friendly talk. In his imagination, Black Sun was just the beginning, the origin of his control over the entire assassin world on this planet. Death Bell will sweep all the legendary assassins so far, becoming the only legend in the assassin world on the Earth Star, until he controls all the assassins in the entire industry. Chu Cheng entered the hero selection interface and had already selected Death Bell to log in, but was suddenly interrupted by Friday. Oh wait, sir, there is a new task triggered. You may want to hear this more. She showed the updated task options to Chu Cheng. It's those ancients. There are discoveries. Oh. The other 3 ancients whose whereabouts are unknown are undoubtedly the top priority of the current 9 searches. Because these 3 are different from the other 2 ancients who have been captured, they are not easy to catch, because they take the route of hiding, so it may not be so easy to find them. But fortunately, there is a traitor among them. Leela helped the Madhouse interpret the behavior patterns of these teammates, and helped predict their next move. More importantly, she helped Professor Miyazaki to research a new device that could locate the ancients to a certain extent. If an ancient used his ability to infect within a certain range, there was a probability that his approximate position could be locked. Therefore, Chu Cheng, who was monitoring the asylum system throughout the process, naturally shared their early warning device and also received the alarm when the ancients responded. Then the plan has changed. The lockbox on Chu Cheng's screen moved along the character list and finally stopped at Batman. The Dark Knight at the top of the list threw his cape and made a close-up pose when the character was selected. Let's go see which rat has come out of the hole. Ping Cheng. Stephen Raimondi leaned against the dirty bedside, holding the bottle and tilting his head to pour wine into his mouth. But when he lifted it up, he found that there was not much wine left in the bottle. After pouring for a long time, only a few drops slid down the bottle mouth into his throat, and then no matter how he poured, there was no movement. He threw the bottle on the carpet beside him in anger. The carpet, which was supposed to be red, was now so dirty that it almost turned black. There were wine cans and bottles thrown on the ground, as well as garbage and sundries thrown around. Raimondi was lying on the bed, and the alcohol made him almost unable to lift his arms. He squinted his eyes and looked out the window, looking at a lighted window of the house opposite. From the angle of his bedroom window, he could just see the living room of that house. He saw the man of the house happily hugging his little daughter and kissing her. They posted a new certificate on the wall of the living room, and the hostess prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes to reward their proud daughter. And Raimondi just leaned here, lying bored, without dinner, and not even a drop of wine left. He reached out for his phone irritably and clicked on the voice message. Steven? It's me, Lana. There are some things I don't want to say, but we have to say them. I know you're having a hard time, but so am I. We can't go on like this. It's too painful for both of us. We're adults, and we have to learn to make choices when facing life. So this is what I'm saying. Let's stop here, Steven. It's good for both you and me. With a beep, the voicemail ended. He threw his phone out in anger, and it hit the closet with a bang, and fell to the floor. He leaned against the head of the bed, lying in the dark for a while, and then his eyes involuntarily moved to the window opposite. The family of 3 was having a happy meal under the warm and cozy light. The man was putting food into his wife and daughter's bowls, his face full of happiness. A woman's voice rang out in the darkness. You've been watching them all these years, haven't you? She said leisurely. Raimondi stared at the window like a madman, without saying a word. You watch them get married and have children. You watch them get promoted, earn more money, get higher status, and have more outstanding children. There were always people visiting them, and people bringing gifts to their door. But what about you? You have nothing. No children, no visitors, and even the only important woman in your life thinks you are not worthy. The ancient Ophelia appeared like a ghost, with long hair fluttering, and whispered in the man's ear. Why can some people live better and better, but you can't? Why can only others be happy? Yes, yes. Raimondi's eyes gradually became hazy. If I can't be happy, then at least. His eyes gradually became fierce, like a demon. I can let them feel my pain. The fire of jealousy burned in his eyes, and his eyes looking out the window gradually changed from jealousy to cruelty, as if he couldn't wait to fly in through the window and tear the warm picture into pieces. Very good. Ophelia chuckled twice. I will give you this opportunity, and grant you the power to take revenge. Go and destroy as you wish, all those things that you feel are unfair. Huh. Ophelia seemed to sense something, and her face suddenly changed. Wait, how could that be a bat? Raimondi had already gotten out of bed under the temptation, and looked at the devilish phantom in front of him with some confusion. It's not a bat. He's coming. Ophelia gritted her teeth, turned her head, and turned into a dark shadow, and disappeared directly into the shadow of the floor. Raimondi. No, where is the power of revenge you promised me? Where is my power? Question mark? Has the underworld started to cheat these days? The next second, the window of the apartment was kicked into pieces from the outside with a clang. Batman folded his wings and landed steadily on the messy floor and stood up among the broken glass on the ground. Friday, where is he? Chu Cheng asked. The trace scanning detective mode shows that she was there just now, but now she has escaped. Friday said she has concealed her breath. If she doesn't use her ability, it will be difficult to find her. What a pity. We were just a little bit away from catching her. Okay. Chu Cheng was speechless. No, these ancients should be considered a small boss level, right? Can you have some backbone? I haven't even arrived yet, and I'm so scared that I ran away when I smelled the scent of bats from such a long distance. Isn't it too tasteless? Helplessly, he turned his head and looked at the man next to him who was already scared silly. Then he unexpectedly found that this man actually had an enemy identification reaction in the field of vision of detective mode. In other words, from the perspective of Batman, this is an enemy. Infected. Chu Cheng frowned. The scan shows no infection reaction. No, he hasn't been infected yet. Friday said. Then is he a fugitive? No criminal record. Friday said, but we found out that his work and life status has a large amount of debt. He lost his job, and there is a possibility of criminal tendency. Well, let's nip this possibility in the bud. Although he said so, Chu Cheng didn't really care. He only cared about the hostile mark on this person, which meant experience. So the dazed Raymondi saw the next second that the big bat that broke into the window suddenly turned around and cast a cold and malicious gaze at him. The gloomy shadow looked particularly hideous in the moonlight. He shuddered all over. Wait a minute, I'm just thinking about it. I haven't done anything yet. You can't. Ah. The man's shrill screams echoed in the apartment. A moment later, Batman stepped on the window with his boots and said in a strange and hoarse voice, "If you have bad intentions, even if you just think about it, I will come back." Raymondi, who was covered in wounds and bruises, lay on the floor. Hearing this, he trembled all over, feeling like he was being stared at by a demon. Batman jumped out of the window and flew away in the moonlight. Raymondi lay on the ground, looking up at the ceiling. After a while, he had a new idea. Maybe he should find another class. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.